Shall I use this one?
Wewe kama MC, you must have one. Ndio na waziri.
So hii ndio waziri. Alafu I'll use this one. So actually, angalia, I could have one.
Just put it on standby. Just
Standing from. And then I realize I can sit there. I can take a seat. I can transfer it. Karibuni wageni wetu. Welcome to the Technical University of Mombasa. Karibuni nyote. Karibuni Professor Gishangi, the DVC Academic Research and Extension. Professor Gishangi, the DVC Academic Research and Extension. Professor Asowo, Professor Asowo. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much for coming to today's function. We now officially start. Kindly take your seats. Those who are at the back, move in front. At this juncture, I'll humbly ask for Dr. Suleiman Mzee. National anthem, MS. And then let's have Reverend Nudi. Reverend Nudi. Reverend Nudi.
Let us pray. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. O Allah, you are the most high, the possessor of the heavens and the earth and everything in them. As we begin this event, we ask you to make it a success and to benefit all who will attend. O Allah, we ask you to bless Technical University of Mombasa and all employees. We pray that it will continue to be a beacon for hope and opportunity for Kenyans and people from all over the world. Protect our TUM students and students from other institutions from the scourge of alcoholism and drug abuse. O Allah, protect us from the evils of insecurity and other challenges that afflict our country, Kenya. We pray for lasting peace, unity, and love. May anyone who comes with evil intentions be exposed and their plans thwarted. And for our guest, O Allah, the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs, Honorable Salim Mvurya, protect him from enemies and make his work easy for him. And for our Muslim brothers and sisters, we pray that their fast be makbul and that they may live to celebrate Eid al-Fitr with their families. O Allah, accept our prayer. Amen.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful morning you've given us. Thank you for a great day, a fresh day, a lovely day. Want to thank you even for our chief guest, His Excellency Salim Mvurya, to come even to grace this occasion. We utter a word of blessing to him, to his family, and even to men and women serving under him. Want to thank you even for positioning us in this great region, this part of the continent, the coastal region. You have blessed us with a wonderful ocean. You've blessed us with wonderful trees, lovely animals. And therefore, Almighty Father, I pray that we are going to be good stewards, and especially in matters of environment. Because when we are friendly to the environment, that's when the environment will also be friendly to us. Want to thank you for this day, as men and women have prepared themselves even to share the knowledge they have. And I believe these ideas put together will bring an impact in the society, and that the final consumer of these ideas, the humanity, will have a dignified lifestyle. We are not going to live a life of servitude, a life of suffering, but we are going to enjoy even our knowledge as we apply them relevantly. We want to thank you, Lord, even for our wonderful university. Thank you even for the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Laila Abubakar, who is a gift to humanity. We want to thank you for her life and even people serving with her. We thank you for the DVCs, for the registrars, the dean, and the faculty at large, and even the entire population of the students. How I pray that even as we start this day, we commit it unto you, and even the subsequent days, that is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, that all the ideas we are going to share together, even as an iron sharpens another iron, we are going to be better placed, better positioned to bring impact, to create impact in our country, Kenya, a nation that we love so much. And therefore, Heavenly Father, take control over everything, every utterance, every presentation, every idea presented, that each and everything, Lord, will glorify your name and eventually even help us as humanity. That's our prayer and thanksgiving in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend. We can all take our seats. Karibuni sana. The people at the back, make sure there is no empty seat in front of you. Kwa heshima, tafadhali naomba, kama kuna kiti chenye kiko wazi mbele yako, tafadhali songea mbele. If there is an empty seat in front of you, I humbly request that you move forward. Thank you very much, and a very big welcome to the 5th Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week at the Technical University of Mombasa. As you are aware, we are a university of global excellence in science, technology, and innovation. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I would like to recognize the presence of our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Extension, Professor Peter Gishangi, to give his opening remarks for this particular conference, and also by virtue of that, invite the Vice Chancellor. Karibu, Prof.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Today is a great day for the Division of Academic Research and Extension, because we are hosting our 5th multidisciplinary conference. And so I'll give remarks. The CS Mining, Brew Economy and Maritime Affairs, His Excellency Salim Mvurya, Mombasa County Governor, in absentia, Samad Sharif Nasir, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Raira Bakar, representative of the Vice Chancellor of Moi University present, other national government representatives, CEC Education, Mombasa County, CEC Education and Digital Transformation, Mombasa County, Borali Kame, Kware County Assembly Speaker, Honorable Seth Mwatera, other government representative present, all keynote speakers present, my colleague in absentia, Professor Aswad, DVCFP, registrars, deans and directors, chairmen of department, heads of departments, staff and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I said, this is a great day for our division, and I wish to welcome you to the 5th Technical University of Mombasa Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week. And please take note that we are not only having the conference, but we have innovation out on the tents there for you to visit and see the innovation from our students. Technical University of Mombasa has a long and distinguished record of scientific, technological, and engineering achievement. And you're aware about this achievement. For many years, our dedicated faculty and researchers have produced groundbreaking innovations and research papers which have shaped things we do in terms of teaching, in terms of research. They have shaped not only our institution, but also the broader community we serve as Technical University of Mombasa. This year, theme, From Ideas to Impact, And again, I repeat, from ideas to impact. We have been accused of being university ivory towers, where we keep our ideas to ourselves. But we are saying from ideas to impact, we want to ignite cross-sector innovation to shape a sustainable future. And this is a very carefully thought theme, that we are not an ivory tower. We want to share our ideas for what? That we appreciate that we cannot exist alone, that we have to have cross-sector interaction and therefore innovation to be able to shape a sustainable future. This theme perfectly embodies our commitment to Kenya Vision 2030, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of Kenya Kwanza government. We are deeply committed to building a thriving innovation ecosystem in Mombasa County and throughout this nation. This conference provides dynamic environment for knowledge exchange and collaboration. Please do take your time to create networks. That's part of the reason why conferences are held. Create networks, share ideas. You have a budding idea somewhere, you can run it to your colleagues in this meeting. We warmly welcome all participants, including government representatives, academicians, researchers, industry professionals, and emerging innovators to this conference and this Innovation Week. Each of you bring valuable perspectives and expertise, and together we shall spark creativity and innovation. To our faculty members and researchers, I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity to highlight our research in the areas of transformative education, business innovations, healthcare, digital communication, sustainable environment, and blue economy. Share your ideas and discoveries with the entire world. Again, as I encourage you to share ideas, please remember about patenting your ideas if you think they're innovative enough to be patented, because the moment you have shared them publicly, it becomes public knowledge. But this is not to say that withhold information you think will be of benefit to the communities we serve. To our practitioners and innovators, I encourage you to use this platform to show how your work is reshaping industries, improving societal well-being, and paving the way for better future. Take advantage of this opportunity to form new partnership and explore exciting avenues for commercialization. Certainly when you go through the innovation, you see somebody is producing gas from waste we have been producing. How can we take that to scale? How can we, all of us in this conference, commit to buy one cylinder generated by those individuals? Because it begins with us before others can then join us. At TUM, we firmly believe that innovation flourishes at the intersection of disciplines. And remember, our conference is multidisciplinary. This fifth multidisciplinary conference and Innovation Week is meant to facilitate cross-pollination among disciplines, fostering the creation and groundbreaking solutions to tomorrow's challenges. In addition to paper presentation and innovation exhibition, this week will include stimulating workshops on creative design, thinking, personal development, programs designed specifically for our students, innovators. We are committed to nurturing the next generation of to have change agents. So today's, this conference, these 4 days here, should be very, very important for you to see yourself as a change agent. And if you do not have any other objective for this meeting, please remind yourself that at the end of the 4 days here, we need you to be a change agent. The essence of innovation lies in collaboration. Over the coming days, let us engage in lively discussion, cultivate new partnership, and ignite frames of creativity. Together, we can turn ideas into concrete solutions that will pave the way for a more sustainable and prosperous future. I would like to thank our chief guest, Honorable Cabinet Secretary Salim Vuria, EGH, Minister of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs, for joining us today. Your Excellency, as we embark as a university, we are very committed to matters pertaining to your ministry, Blue Economy, Maritime Affairs, Maritime Education, and others. This is really the heart of part of why TUM exists, and we are particularly pleased and happy that you are able to grace this particular meeting. Furthermore, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to all esteemed keynote speakers for their invariable contribution to this significant event. Your knowledge and insight will undoubtedly enrich our discussions in this meeting. And before I end, I would like to appreciate our collaboration with Swahili Report on matters of this conference and other matters, because it is with our partners that we are able to make this event a success. And with this, it's now my duty to request our Vice Chancellor to be able to give her opening remarks. I thank you, Madam VC.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest and CS Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, Bwana Salim Mburia, Deputy County Commissioner, who's also here with us today, visitors from Poland, Sachsen University of Academy of Arts, directors from our partners, Kenya Maritime Authority, and also chairman of Kenya Maritime Authority. We also have the CEO and director for Swahili Port Hub. We have representative from our sister universities, the representing the Vice Chancellor from Moi University. All protocol observes. Staff of Technical University of Mombasa who are here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Indeed, today is an extremely important day for us, and we are very, very delighted to welcome our chief guest to Technical University of Mombasa. He is not new to this institution, but we are really, really humbled, Bwana Waziri, for coming despite your extremely busy schedule. You didn't bring a representative, you decided to come here personally. For that, we are not taking it for granted, and we really, really appreciate, and we are indeed honored. Karibu sana. So we sincerely appreciate your presence, sir, and we do not take it lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as we gather here to discuss a topic that is critical to shaping a sustainable future of our world, the concept of igniting cross-sector innovation to turn ideas into impactful solutions. Our multidisciplinary conference theme today is From Ideas to Impact, Igniting Cross-Sector Innovation to shape a sustainable future. This underscores the importance of collaboration, creativity, and forward-thinking approaches in addressing our complex challenges that are facing our country today. Distinguished guests, today we stand on the brink of a new era where the challenges we face are more complex and interconnected than ever. From climate change to social inequality, the problems that plague our world require innovative solutions that transcend traditional boundaries. It is in this context that the concept of cross-sector innovation becomes not only a buzzword, but a necessity in shaping a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, cross-sector innovation involves bringing together individuals, organizations, and institutions from different fields to collaborate on solving common challenges. By combining knowledge, resources, and perspectives from various sectors, such as the national government, county government, business, academia, and civil society, we can develop holistic and sustainable solutions that have far-reaching impact. One of the benefits of cross-sector innovation is the ability to generate new ideas and approaches that may not have been possible within the confines of a single sector. By bringing together diverse perspectives and expertise, we can spark creativity, inspire breakthrough innovation, and unlock new opportunities for collaboration. As I stand here today, I want to thank all our collaborators. You've heard the DVC talking about the Swahili Port Hub, which has been hosting our students most of the time whenever they want to do their innovation ideas. Thank you very much, Bwana Mahmoud, for allowing our students the opportunity. We also have partners from Kenya Maritime Authority, and they've worked a lot with us, allowing, first of all, our students who are on attachment. And again, whenever we have our programs to be accredited, they are the ones who are always with us. We also want, again, to appreciate and thank you very much. Again, we also have other institutions that have been partnering with us. So it is through these collaborations that we are able to unlock opportunities in our innovations. Cross-sector innovation allows us to leverage the unique strength of each sector to address complex challenges more effectively. For example, businesses can bring their expertise in technology and market-driven solutions. Governments can provide regulatory support, as I've just said, with our Kenya Maritime Authority, and policy frameworks. We also have Kenya, apart from Kenya Maritime Authority, we have Kenya Ports Authority also, who are also partnering with us. And of course, not forgetting our civil society that can offer grassroots insights and community engagement. Indeed, economic freedom is intricately tied to innovation and job creation. That's the call to cultivate culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Our education system must nurture a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. We must allow our students to convert ideas into invoices. We do not want to bring out products who will now start looking for jobs. As you are aware, Kenyans, we are having a problem with employment. So in our education system, Bwana Chief Guest, what we are trying to do here at TUM is to create job creators and not job seekers. So our students, all of them, whenever they are going through our training, they first of all, it is a must for them to be attached to the industry during their training so that they can actually know the world of work and experience it. And also, they have to do a final year project. And it is in this final year project that they come up with those innovations that you have already seen there. So it is very, very important, and as I repeat, we want our students to convert their ideas into invoices. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving cross-sector innovation is no easy feat. It requires a shift in mindset, a willingness to embrace uncertainty and ambiguity, and commitment to building trust and relationships across sectors. It requires us to challenge the status quo, to question conventional wisdom, and to be open to new ideas of thinking and working together. So how do we ignite cross-sector innovation to shape sustainable future? As I said earlier, it starts with fostering collaborations and co-creation. It means creating spaces and platforms where diverse stakeholders can come together to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and co-design solutions. It means investing in capacity building and skill development to empower individuals and organizations to think and act innovatively. This is precisely what this conference is focused on. Ladies and gentlemen, from ideas to impact, this phrase encapsulates the journey that every innovation must undertake to make a meaningful difference in this world. Ideas are the seeds of change, the sparks of creativity that have the power to transform our status quo. But it is not only when these ideas are nurtured, refined, and implemented across sectors that they can truly create an impact. So to turn ideas into impact, it is essential that we create an enabling environment that fosters collaboration, insensitization of innovation, and support risk-taking. We have to allow our students to become risk takers, because in any entrepreneurship, there is also that element of risk. This requires building partnership, establishing platforms for knowledge sharing, and investing in capacity building and skill development. Recently, Technical University of Mombasa has been given a grant whereby students will be trained on ICT, and this is a World Bank initiative, and we are among eight universities that have been selected out of all the universities in Kenya, both private and public universities. So we are happy to be among those universities that were able to get that support. And we, as you know, with the Kenya Kwanza government, the issue of ICT superhighway is very, very critical. And this is what we want to do. We are going to get students who will be trained here so that they can go and create jobs for themselves. With these many remarks, let me conclude with a quote from a researcher and a philanthropist, Sarah Ban, who said, "The world needs dreamers, and the world also needs doers. But above all, what the world needs most are dreamers that do." So I believe all of us who are here today are dreamers who are willing to do something. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
Asante sana, Madam Vice Chancellor. A hand for her, tafadhali. Pigeni makofi mazuri. Pigeni makofi zaidi.
Allow me now to take this very, very important task, that is to invite our chief guest to address us today. Karibu, Mheshimiwa. Asante.
Thank you very much for the honor. We can take our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Leila Abubakar, the Vice Chancellor, Technical University of Mombasa, Professor Peter Gishangi, Professor Joseph Rasowo, and the entire management of Technical University of Mombasa, the key directors from Kenya Maritime Authority led by the chair, Hamisi Maguya, our DCC here in Mombasa. I also want to recognize Honorable Seth Mwatela, the Speaker of the Kwale County Assembly, who is also with me here. Dr. Eric Lewa, the CEO, Bandari Maritime Academy. I would request the directors KMA to stand, because there are several of them, so that people can see you. Director Richard Amana, and Madam here, Director, thank you very much. There are also members of the County Assembly of Mombasa, led by the chair, Patrick Mbele, and also Mheshimiwa Hamisi, who are also members of the Blue Economy Committee in the County Government of Mombasa. Thank you very much, Waheshimiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't mention all of you by name, but I would like also to recognize Professor Justin Irina. I saw him somewhere. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you most sincerely, Professor, for the invitation to be here to grace this occasion. I want to recognize Mahmoud, chair of Swahili Port. I think there was an oversight. So when I got the invitation to come and preside over this function, I was overly excited because I was looking forward to this occasion where we could engage the researchers and the experts in different fields. And it was more exciting when the topic was about multidisciplinary, because my ministry is multidisciplinary. So I'm very honored to be here today, and before I forget, I want to thank you, Professor, for the warm reception. I also want to thank the students who mounted a guard of honor. It was really very good. And also the exhibitions, that we were able to see. And finally, the exhibition where there was a good artwork of me, at least 2 years younger. So I think it's very refreshing to be here. And Professor mentioned that it's not the first time, because when I was governor and we were trying to get this idea of Jumuiya ya County za Pwani, Technical University of Mombasa was very critical to provide the secretariat, but also the venue, where we were hatching most of the ideas to bring the counties together. And therefore, coming back here to address this conference is really an honor, and I take it with a lot of respect. I don't take it for granted, because the organizers had a range of choices, and they chose me to come to speak to you. And when I looked at the documentation of this conference, and I also looked at the presentations that will be made thereafter, there is one key objective that I see in this conference. Apart from engaging and sharing ideas, the pattern that is going to be developed is basically to link academic research with industry and with implementation. And when it comes to implementation, that is where the government comes in, because the government, apart from supporting the innovations, is a key implementer of key ideas that come from experts. So I'm saying this so that I can justify that I am at the right place and at the right time. When you look at the Kenya Kwanza plan, which has clearly been aligned to the Vision 2030, there is a lot of emphasis on bottom-up economic transformation, which means the entire pillar of government implementation is looking at those who are at the bottom of the pyramid and inspire economies from that level. And as a result of that emphasis, His Excellency the President put together a government and named ministries that were going to deliver the key agenda to Kenyans. And last week, His Excellency the President launched the medium-term plan number 4, which is the final of a series of plans to finally implement the Vision 2030. Most of the literature in the medium-term plan and also in Kenya Kwanza plan emphasizes the issue of interdisciplinary and working across disciplines and making sure that we do our government business in an integrated manner. So the theme of this conference is properly placed. It responds to the national agenda, and it also conforms to the broader vision 2030, which our leadership committed to. And because I am the Cabinet Secretary in charge of mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs, I also want to say that I'm also multidisciplinary. On one hand, you talk about mining. Then now fisheries and blue economy, and then maritime and shipping. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because the 3 topics that I'm in charge of, they also hold the key to the Kenyan economy. If you look at matters mining, the entire world now and the globe, the discussion is about how are we going to work around matters of climate change. If you want to discuss climate change conclusively, you will not make very good conclusions without bringing minerals into the picture. If you discuss climate change, you cannot conclude without bringing the ocean and the blue economy. And if you bring the ocean and blue economy, you are already in maritime. That is why the 3 topics hold the future, not only for our country, but also the global discussion on how we can even look at issues of green energy and all that. And therefore, the format of my presentation this morning will take the form of telling you and engaging you on the 3 topics. Then I will add a few other details that will be relevant for this forum. When we discuss matters blue economy, and I'm happy that now is becoming very live, it is a debate that has been accepted. We are putting Kenya at the center of international trade. Because international trade, 90% happens in the ocean. So when we discuss the blue economy, then we are inspiring the economy of the ocean. However, before 2018, before the conference in November 2018, blue economy was not part of the discussion. So after the conference, then the government of Kenya saw the potential to inspire our economy through the blue economy. And within the MTP4, pillar number 8 is blue economy and pillar number 9 is mining. So when we talk about fisheries and blue economy, we are also getting the opportunity to mobilize experts to tell us how we can move the discussion from a traditional fisheries practice, from a situation where investment in blue economy was a pilot, to key investments that can inspire the Kenya's economy. And because this is an important topic, it would be important for universities. And I'm happy that TUM is already moving in that direction to ensure that you also put emphasis on blue economy as part of what you teach and research on. A lot of research that I have looked at in blue economy has emphasized on conservation. A lot of other research has focused more on security. But within security and conservation, we also have to come up with innovative ideas that can inspire real investments in blue economy. And the real investments I'm talking about, it's not the usual business where a fisherman goes to ocean, they get 2 kilos, they sell 1, they eat 1. And tomorrow they are back in the ocean, they get their usual 2 kilos, they eat 1, they sell 1. What we are talking about are investments that will inspire players to move from, which means as we trade internationally, we don't rely on only the international shipping lines, but we also make provision in our policy and regulation to get the last mile deliveries. For example, if goods or cargo arrives at the port of Mombasa, we should have a mechanism where another shipping line can take it to Lamu, to Dar es Salaam, and other places of our choice. So we are looking at the entire area of cabotage to ensure that we open up the business to more participants. Before I leave Bandari maritime issues, we also have a center of excellence we are doing in Kwale at a cost of 1.5 billion, which will be specifically for maritime logistics. So that will also provide an opportunity for partnership and engagement with the university here. I also want to say, Professor and team, that last year in December, when we went to London for our International Maritime Organization meeting, we mounted a serious campaign for Kenya. And Kenya was elected to sit in the category C of the International Maritime Organization. What that means is that we've already placed Kenya on a higher profile. And the rest, therefore, is for our institutions to get that enabling environment to work together with IMO and other maritime-related institutions. I'm happy when you finally provide the unique course in maritime, then that will be a great opportunity. Because out of that, we also got a grant of 336 million that provides funding for Jomo Kenyatta University and KMA and KPA. So if you had done that course then, I'm sure TUM would be in that list. But now that I'm here, I will make sure that you get the required funding as you also isolate the maritime courses. So there's a lot that we are also doing in shipping and maritime, which includes providing an opportunity for dry docking and maintenance of vessels. Right now, all the vessels that dock here in Mombasa, they cannot be serviced here. They are serviced either in Dubai or in Durban. So we are working with the shipyard in Mombasa and Kisumu to provide an opportunity that can allow maintenance of vessels here in Mombasa, which is big income, because one ship can provide opportunities for over 1,000 people, at a go in terms of maintenance. The ones who will paint, the plumbers, and many other disciplines. So it will be important that we reach that level of engagement. So I'm saying this so that you can see already there are areas that you can bring in expertise. There are areas that you can bring the multidisciplinary to ensure that we inspire these particular sectors. That's an overview, so I may not have said everything because there are a lot of things in Lake Turkana, in Lake Baringo, in Naivasha, that I may not have said about the landing site. But we are doing landing sites because we have looked at every area of our country to ensure we inspire this sector. When it comes to now mining, the least understood by many people is that we have initiated a wave of reforms, because mining is not a new vocabulary in our country, but it has received least investment. And therefore, in mining, what we are doing is we are trying to inspire the potential of our country in data. Mining data is very scarce. When you ask people the kind of minerals you can find in Taita Taveta, for example, they will name maybe only 2. And Rofas here, my former classmate, is happy now I have mentioned closer home. So what we are doing is we are trying to inspire the potential of our data. And what we have done is we have done a geo-survey of the entire country, all the 47 counties. And in this geo-survey report, we have seen 970 mineral occurrences across the country. Mineral occurrences are just symbolic. You just fly the plane with the equipment, it will draw something that will indicate there's some mineral. So if you want to confirm, you have to engage another 24 counties. And what we have prioritized in this ground truthing are the strategic minerals. There are all kinds of minerals. You have limestone, you have gypsum, which are mostly construction and industrial. But we have prioritized the strategic and critical minerals that are of high value and are top discussions in the world in terms of mitigating matters climate change. So these minerals are coltan, which is a combination of columbite and tantalum. We have prioritized copper, which hosts quite a number of other minerals, lead, zinc. We have prioritized also graphite, lithium in parts of the country, and also chromite. And there are quite a number. There are around 14 of them across the country. And what we are doing is, after we do the ground truthing, then now we can confirm their economic value and bring in investments that will be of key importance to our country. My experience with this process of ground truthing, of geo-survey, and all the activities we've done around mining is that this is an area that also requires that universities also focus on the trainings related to minerals. Right now, we have very few. I think Taita Taveta University has an institute we are trying to develop together. But generally, if you wanted geologists in the numbers that we require, we have a challenge. The same way, if you wanted marine engineers, you know, there's also a big challenge. So I think as institutions of higher learning, you have an opportunity to blend, you know, the universities with the industry. And my ministry provides you with that challenge to make sure that you get us experts in that direction. The second part of mining that we are focusing is sampling and testing. Right now, if you wanted to test tsavorite that you find in Tsavo National Park, maybe you have to take it to Nairobi or Tanzania. So what we are doing, we are upgrading our, first of all, the lab in Nairobi to acquire international certification, but we are also decentralizing labs across the region. So we'll have one here in Mombasa, we'll have another one in Kwale, we've already advertised, so that whoever wants to test and sample minerals, they can do it at a lower level. Not necessarily you go to Nairobi. And because this we see and because of the sprouting of illegal mining activities across the country, the cabinet approved the formation of the mining police unit to help us, you know, deal with illegal mining across the country. So in the next few years, the mining frontier will be very different because we are now focusing more on value addition and mineral processing. And because of the focus we have put in that policy, we have been able to inspire investors. For example, in Elgeyo Marakwet, we are almost groundbreaking a 4.8 billion fluorspar mining and processing project. In Western, we are groundbreaking a 5.8 billion gold processing factory, which we have concluded the paperwork. And we are also doing a granite processing in Vihiga at 2.5 billion. And we are continuing to map the country. We are now focusing on the copper belt from Makueni, Kitui, Taraka, and Tana River to see how we can inspire investment in that area. So I'm saying all this so that you can be inspired together with your students to know that there's a lot of work that needs connection between the university here and the industry. Because the topic also includes digital economy, I want to say that the government is putting 100,000 kilometers of fiber connection across the country so that it can provide an enabling environment for our young people. And not only that, we are rolling out also 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots in free Wi-Fi in markets and different places. And for the first time, we will have digital hubs in each ward. So each ward of our country will have an ICT hub. And His Excellency the President has worked with the National Assembly so that the digital hubs can be co-funded between the mainstream Ministry of ICT and CDF. So very soon, Bureau So I think I thought it was important that I bring you to speed on the government initiatives in the various sectors. So of course, being a university here, you are aware that the Ministry of Education has also been rolling out, the program on how to fund universities and how to support the students with the various scholarships. So all this is being done to ensure that we are able to be sustainable at the learning institutions. So with those many remarks, I want to thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to come to speak to you. And I want to say that I have now, by coming here today, I have generated a lot of interest, madam, with the key innovations that I have seen from your students. So I will be coming again, inshallah, to see how we can make progress. As you rightly put it, the Kwale University, the campus in Kwale, a new road there is being done, tarmac road. And in addition to that, Professor, the national government, led by Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and the county government, led by Her Excellency Fatuma Achani, have identified the area around Tum to put a new city. And this new city will be launched immediately after Ramadan. His Excellency the President will come to Coast, and part of what he will launch is the city around Mabokoni, where Tum is situated. So I think now we will need to up our game, me and you, so that we can continue to raise the profile, of some of the interventions that are being done. Finally, just to mention that the government is also doing a number of other projects in the region. The conclusion of Dongo Kundu is almost complete, to allow us now to have a new frontier where we can have a bypass which will be inspiring our tourism sector. Apart from the road, we also have the special economic zone around the Dongo Kundu, which is critical for investment. The Lamu port, there's a lot of emphasis now on the Lamu port and a new road to make the connection. Initially, that road was designed to be tarmac, to be maram. But His Excellency the President has now upgraded the Lapset Road now to tarmac all the way to our Ethiopian neighbors. So that is a project that His Excellency the President is coming also to look at. There are quite a number of other projects in the 6 counties targeting upgrading of electricity, across the 6 counties, basically also to support the ICT innovations on the ground. So many of these will be rolling out as we make progress, but I thought it was important just to mention in passing, so that we can also appreciate that there are quite a number of other big programs happening in the region, including dualing of Jomvu to Mariakani Road, which everything now is being finalized for groundbreaking. And there are many more others that are being done in this region. So with those many remarks, I want to sincerely thank the management of this university and our professors here and distinguished ladies and gentlemen for listening to me. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Asante. Asanteni, tunaweza, nimeambiwa nimesahau. Nafikiri Rogers ulisahau hiyo sentence hapa chini. Because apart from sharing with you all this, I was supposed to make a declaration. And based on the powers bestowed on me by the management of the university and organizers, I now declare this conference officially open. Sorry, Prof, I forgot something, which I think should have come earlier. Because now I can see we are moving in the same direction on matters maritime. I want to declare 5 scholarships to the top students. The 5 scholarships will be funded through Kenya Maritime Authority. So the management of KMA will work with you to identify the scholars. Otherwise, we give you 5 scholarships. Thank you.
Asante, Madam Vice Chancellor. They are giving a gift to our chief guest. Asante sana. Let's get a good image of that. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much, Waziri. TUM appreciates you. TUM loves you. TUM is happy that you're here with us today. Makofi tafadhali. Simunaona inakaa vizuri? Pigeni makofi zaidi. Musikwe munivo. Thank you very much. Asante sana, Madam Vice Chancellor. Kabla ukae, there are other gifts I would humbly ask you to give to our other guests present. Mentor 001, advisor to the governor of Mombasa County on matters digital transformation. And he's also the founder of Swahili Port. Amekuwa akimenta wengi, na watoto wetu amewamenta. Mr. Mohamed Noor, we really appreciate you coming. I also want to mention that he has sponsored this conference financially, and we really appreciate the support that we are getting from Swahili Port. Bwana Mohamed, asante sana. We really sincerely appreciate. Nipatie hiyo picha vizuri. Asante sana. The next gift, Madam VC, is from your own student. Tunasema debe, tunapiga na tunavuta upande wa kwetu. We have one of our students who is a member of the County Assembly and the chairperson of Blue Economy Assembly Committee, Honorable Patrick Mbele. Makofi kwake jamani. Sini wetu, tumefanya Kulon County, ama? He is one of us, he is ours. Asante sana, tunashukuru. Thank you for coming, Mheshimiwa. Asante sana. We also want to recognize the chairman, Kenya Maritime Authority, KMA. The chairman. Okay. Chairman KMA. Asante sana kwa kuja kutusaidia. You regulate the industry. Asante sana. A gift for you as well. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. Makofi kwake jamani. Asante sana. We also have the county speaker, the Speaker County Assembly of Kwale. Asante sana, chuo chetu kenye kiko Kwale mnakiangalia vizuri, tunashukuru. Nipatie hiyo picha ikiwa safi kabisa. Thank you very much. Taratibu, taratibu. Asante sana. I also recognize the presence of the Deputy County Commissioner. Unaona usalama upo. Ama haupo jamani? Usalama upo. Makofi kwake. Thank you, sir, for visiting us. We really appreciate very, very much. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Roslyn Sidi, who is representing the CEC from Mombasa County. Madam Dr. Roslyn, tunasema ni asante kwa kuja kwa chuo chetu. Pokea zawadi. Thank you very much. We sincerely appreciate. We also have a representative who is representing the Vice Chancellor, Moi University, Professor Njoo chukue zawadi on behalf of your Vice Chancellor. Makofi kwake. Moi University in the house. Makofi kwake. Asante sana. Yes, pass our regards to your Vice Chancellor. Mwambie tu mimi nampenda na tunampenda zaidi. Thank you very much. I'm told we have a director, Kenya Maritime Authority. Director, Madam Ann, karibu. Please come and receive a gift. Thank you very much. Madam Director, asante sana kwa kuja. We appreciate the support you give us, especially when it comes to our maritime courses. Asante sana. Thank you very much. There's one more. Thank you. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'll humbly ask us to move upstage so that we can have a photo session to mark this remarkable event. Please, let's move up so that we can have a very beautiful photo. Ni vizuri to document, ndio? Researchers, we say we are evidence-based. Wacha tuone hiyo evidence.
You didn't tell me, tungekuwa tumeka viti at least wengine wakaa wengine wasimame ndio onekane wote.
Let's have a very good photo for our guest for today. Let's have a very beautiful photo. Thank you very much. Panda juu. Thank you very much. Before you leave the stage, there is a gift for the Vice Chancellor, Professor Gishangi. You'll be presenting that gift. Just before you leave the stage, Professor Gishangi, present that gift to a beautiful Vice Chancellor, Professor Laila Abubakar. Makofi jamani. Yes, that's for our Vice Chancellor. Madam, we appreciate your leadership, the way you steer MV TUM. Kazi nzuri kabisa. Let's have that beautiful photo. Asante sana. And then I have a gift for Dr. Katana. Tafadhali peana. Yes, asante sana. Let's have that photo as well. Nani? Thank you very much. We also have the last gift for the KMA director. Thank you very much. Let's have that photo. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Please come down. Thank you very much. We'll have a press briefing once you come down. Please, taratibu njoni. I know. We'll have a brief press briefing, and after that, waziri tutaenda kupanda mti. Kwa sasa, let's go for a brief press briefing, and then after that, we'll go and plant a tree to mark the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. At this juncture, it's 12:30 something. So we'll have a cup of tea that was already served earlier at the back of the hall. For those of us who are taking tea, I know it's late tea. We would have called it brunch, eh? Yes, so let's have brunch right behind the hall. Let's have a cup of tea, and then we can be able to convene again in 45 minutes. When we convene, kindly note we have two venues. We'll have the presentations for the Assembly Hall starting here, and then the presentations for the School of Medicine will be moving to the School of Medicine boardroom. Kindly check your programs, the online programs, the soft copy and the hard copy programs. Let's have a cup of tea, and after the cup of tea, we immediately start on our sessions. Thank you very much. Let's have a quick cup of tea, and after the cup of tea, we start on our sessions. Asanteni sana, karibuni sana. We love you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a session on digital creative economy and contemporary societies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let us confirm the presence of the following people. Mwanasiti Mwakumya, is she around? Mwanasiti? Mwanasiti, is she present? Joel Sabore? Joel Sabore? Lawrence Amadile? Lawrence Amadile? Joel Gituhi? Joel Gituhi, are you present in the hall? Wow, I've not seen the book. It looks nice. Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the meeting back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get inside so that we can start with the session. Ladies and gentlemen, tuingie ndani tafadhali. Daktari, tuingie ndani. Sawa? Ingia ndani tafadhali. I need everyone inside. Hello. Hello, ukichukua chai unaweza ingia ndani. Ukichukua chai unaweza ingia ndani. Sawa? Ukichukua chai unaingia ndani. Thank you very much. Unachukua kombe cha chai unaingia ndani so that we can start the next station. The people at the back humbly move to the front so that we can start the next session. Kindly, kwa heshima na taadhima mlionayo, naomba tusonge mbele. Tafadhali naomba tusonge mbele. Daktari, nakuona wewe na wenzako, kwa heshima naomba chai tutakunywa tu, lakini twende tunywe tukiwa pale mbele. Hata pale mbele kuna feni vizuri, naomba tusonge ndio tuweze kuanza sehemu inayofuata. Ken na watu wako nawaona mkiwa hapo nje mnakaa vizuri maridadi kabisa. Ingieni ndani ndio tuweze kuanza. Ken na watu wako mnapendeza kabisa, naomba muingie ndani. Mnapendeza. You're looking good in this weather. Please move to the front so that we can be able to start. President wa TUMSA, nakuona, karibu sana. Kindly come in, move to the front. Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you. President wa TUMSA, wewe na watu wako, mbona umekuja bila watu? Get me your colleagues. Picha nzuri kabisa ulioshikilia kwenye mkono. Asante sana. Call your comrades so that we can start the session. Kindly pick your tea and move forward. Thank you very much. Let's move to the front. My brother, songa mbele. Ladies, message mutatuma tu, lakini mtumie mkiwa pale mbele tafadhali. Tusonge. Message tutatuma. Si ndio? Hata fare tutaitisha. Na tutakula tu. Excuse me, let's move to the front. Chai tutakunywa pale mbele, si ndio? Beba tu chai pole pole. Let's move to the front. All presenters presenting in this session, make sure your slides are in the laptop. All the presenters for this session, make sure your slides are in the laptop.
Good afternoon. Please, let's call the session to order. Those who are taking tea, please pick your cup and come inside. Come inside. So we want to start with our first session. My co-chair is here, Dr. Moro. You can see this side. Our rapporteur, Dr. Bana. Dr. Bana is not here. Okay. So, members, we are starting with our first session for today. We have two parallel sessions running, one here and one in the medicine block. So, we have the one that is written session 2 in the booklets. Digital creative economy and contemporary societies, business innovation and entrepreneurship, and also we have something on transformative education. So it is multidisciplinary, and therefore we are having quite a number of presenters who will be presenting here. So we have 6 papers here. So we want to move with speed so that we can be able to save time or to manage time. Do we have Emmanuel Chai here? Oh, Emmanuel Chai, thank you. And then we have Dr. Chilimo. I had seen the librarian. Oh, she's coming. Okay, Dr. Chilimo is coming. And then we have Mr. Mwicha. Benjamin is here. Okay. And then we have Dr. Ratanya. Dr. Ratanya is there. Dr. Ratanya, you are very fun. Dr. Mwanzia, please come forward. Those who are seated behind, excuse. Those at the back, please come forward. Just pick your cup and come forward. Come forward, please, so that we have one meeting. And then we have Dr. Wandera is coming. So we will start with Emmanuel Chainzala presenting a paper on enhancing customer churn prediction, addressing disparities and imbalance in machine learning models. So the floor is yours, Mr. Emmanuel. Where is he? Yeah, here. You will present from here. Can I have the mic? So we are giving you about 10 minutes. You do your presentations, then we have a plenary so that we have people who have inquiries or questions to be answered. You will make clarifications.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Chai, and I'm presenting a paper, a literature review on a title, Enhancing Customer Churn Prediction, Addressing Disparities and Imbalance in Machine Learning Models. So what is customer churn prediction? So this is a NP-hard classification problem that involves predicting and identifying potential churners based on historical data so that appropriate measures, intervention strategies can be implemented to retain or mitigate the negative impact of their departure. So our objective is to identify and scrutinize methodologies that augment the accuracy and efficacy of customer churn predictions. So through our analysis, it was revealed that automatic churn prediction encounters a challenge stemming from inherent disparities within the data set. So specifically, there exists a notable disproportion between the majority and minority classes, potentially leading to model bias that favors the dominant class. So in this analysis, we will highlight gaps and limitations in the existing research. So the introduction part, this problem arises from the combinatorial nature of the problem, specifically when dealing with large data set and complex feature space. So the task involves searching through a vast space of possible features, combination, and model parameters to find the optimal solution that accurately predicts churn. So in this area, we have application. It is applied in different areas. So we call it application areas of churn prediction, which it is applied in telecommunication, in banking, e-commerce, subscription services. So some of the studies that have been done, we have, for example, in telecommunication, there was a study that was done by Eria Makinan in 2018, predicting customer churn, which helps providers identify customers at risk of switching to competitors. So similarly, there is another study that was done in e-commerce. So there's a study that was done in e-commerce, which helps to predict customers who are likely to churn. So there are several models that are used to predict churn. So some of the common models, we have a logistic regression, decision trees, random forests, support vector machines, neural networks, and gradient boosting. So the major contribution of this study, first, we look at identification of disparities and imbalances. So in this study, we were identifying common disparities and imbalances present in churn prediction data sets, including class imbalance, feature distribution, discrepancies, and biases in data collection methods. So by recognizing this issue, we lay foundation for addressing them to improve the performance and fairness in churn prediction models. Second, the major contribution of this work, we do an evaluation of previous work. Also third, we do a comparative analysis of this work. So the methodology that was used is content analysis, which by this, we aimed to identify recurring themes, patterns, and trends by classifying, tagging, and evaluating the content of these sources. So the search engines that were implemented were Google Scholar and Science Direct. So some of the related works that we featured, first we have the ensemble learning. By the definition, it's by combining multiple models to enhance predictive performance, robustness, and generalization capabilities. So it involves training diverse-based models and aggregating their prediction to make more precise and stable prediction. So there were several studies that were done, for example, by Prashanat in 2017, who proposed a novel ensemble approach combining random forests, gradient boosting, and neural networks for prediction of churn in the telecommunication industry. They demonstrated that ensemble method outperformed individual models by capturing diverse patterns in the data and reducing overfitting. Several studies also were done by Bunsen in 2015, Wang et al. In 2020. So this study highlighted the benefits of ensemble learning in churn prediction, particularly in improving model generalization and stability. Recognizing the importance of combining diverse prediction to enhance the complementary strength of individual models and enhance overall predictive performance. Second, we are looking at machine learning-based approaches. So in this review, we found that there is a superiority of some of the models, whereby we have, for example, artificial neural network and gradient boosting in predicting churn, while the former observed SVM superiority, accuracy, but lower interpretability. Also, we have a study that was done by Zhu in 2018, which compared resampling method. We have the SMOTE and the DBN. So third, we look at rule-based systems. So the rule-based systems provide a transparent and interpretable method for churn prediction, enabling companies to comprehend the factor driving to churn attrition. So there were several studies that were done. For example, we have the Huang et al. 2011 introduced the CRL algorithm, which achieved high accuracy and outperformed existing methods. Building on this, Hagigi 2016 developed a fuzzy association rule-based classification learning algorithm, which also demonstrated high prediction accuracy. There was several studies also done by Huang et al. 2016, Amin in 2015. Fourth, we are looking at hybrid approaches. By definition, it's a promising avenue for enhancing churn prediction accuracy and addressing specific challenges such as class imbalance and temporal dynamics. So while studies vary in their conceptual frameworks and methodology, they collectively highlight the importance of integrating diverse techniques to develop robust churn prediction model. Further research exploring novel hybridization strategies and evaluating their performance across different industries is warranted to advance the field of churn prediction. There are several studies that were done in hybrid approaches by Barmani 2013, also in Kim 2016. We look at disparities and imbalance. So we believe by addressing disparities and imbalances in data sets is essential for enhancing the accuracy and reliability of churn prediction models. So several studies were proposed various techniques to mitigate these challenges. So for example, we have Bunsen in 2015 proposed a method for addressing class imbalance in churn prediction by incorporating cost-sensitive learning techniques. They adjusted the misclassification cost to penalize error differently based on the class distribution, thereby reducing the impact of class imbalance. Several studies also were done by Bunsen 2015, Dozers 2018, whereby researchers introduced a synthetic minority oversampling technique to augment the minority class in churn prediction datasets. So they showed that oversampling techniques like SMOT could enhance model accuracy by generating synthetic instances of minority samples. Several studies also were done by Abamsimer and Kimura 2022. Nang et al. 2022 investigated the impact of feature selection on addressing disparities in churn prediction. They identified informative features using various selection algorithms, such as mutual information and recursive feature elimination to improve model performance. They focus on feature selection, is valuable in reducing dimensionality and improving model interpretability. However, feature selection alone may not fully mitigate the class imbalance or address disparity in the underlying data distribution. So in summary, while existing literature offers diverse approaches to address disparities and imbalance in churn prediction datasets, each method has its own strength and limitation. So future research should focus on integrating multiple techniques and developing hybrid approaches to enhance the robustness and effectiveness of churn prediction models. So in our study, we have the key findings and recommendations. First, one significant finding is the effectiveness of oversampling techniques, such as the synthetic minority and oversampling technique. Second, by generating synthetic instances of minority class samples, SMOTE helps in improving model performance and reducing bias towards majority classes. Hybrid approaches, which combine multiple techniques such as ensemble learning, feature selection, and cost-sensitive learning, have been found to be effective in addressing disparity and imbalances. So these approaches build on the qualities of many methodologies to improve focus accuracy and robustness. Feature engineering is critical in addressing discrepancies by discovering informative features and lowering dimensionality. So techniques such as recursive feature elimination and mutual information has been shown to improve model performance by selecting relevant features and reducing noise in the data. So while oversampling techniques can effectively balance the distribution, they may lead to overfitting, especially by generating synthetic samples that do not accurately represent underlying data distribution. So the key findings underscore the importance of adopting a multifaceted approach to address disparities and imbalance in churn prediction models. By leveraging a combination of oversampling techniques, hybrid approaches, feature engineering, and interpretable models, researchers and practitioners can develop more accurate and reliable churn prediction systems. However, ongoing research is needed to explore new methodologies and evaluate their effectiveness and in diverse real-world settings. So to bridge this gap, several studies can be employed. For instance, class imbalance techniques. We have cost-sensitive learning, feature engineering, model evaluation metrics, ensemble methods, regularization techniques, fairness-aware algorithms. And in conclusion, while churn prediction has been achieved through the use of several machine learning algorithms, each with its unique strengths and limitation, future research in churn prediction could focus on algorithmic improvements tailored for handling imbalanced data sets and the combinatorial nature of churn prediction, aiming to develop more efficient algorithms and optimization techniques. Additionally, investigating novel feature engineering techniques could enhance the extraction of informative feature from the data, thereby improving model performance. So furthermore, addressing biasness in data collection method can mitigate biasness in models is crucial for ensuring fairness in churn prediction, especially in sensitive domains such as banking and telecommunication, emphasizing the need for fairness and bias mitigation strategies in future research endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel. Yeah, let's appreciate him again. Okay, thank you for educating us on churn predictions. So we have heard Emmanuel. Let's hear any comments, questions, or areas that may need clarification from the presenter. Anybody with a question for Emmanuel? Yes, Prof.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. First, and this is a problem of all of us from different disciplines. You asked me what is churn, but somewhere along the way I thought it's something about algorithms for checking something. So that's the first thing, because this is multidisciplinary. You can imagine for me to understand what churn is, you probably needed to define it before, but that's not your problem. The second thing is, why did you do the study? Because you have given us the summary. So are you a student, are you planning to do something more with the thing you have found? Or what is the purpose of this review? Because I see it, if you're a student, then it makes sense that you're identifying a question which you want to answer. Because you have said there are studies which should be done. But which type of study? Are you planning as an institute or as a department or as an individual to do those things? Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel, please. Any response? Yes. Any response you have to Prof's concerns?
Yeah, so I'll start by defining what is churn. So this is a process of predicting customers who are likely to leave. For example, if it's a company who they'll discontinue their services. Yeah, so I'm a student currently. So I'm developing some models whereby if we have data of that, for example, it's a company, then we can predict those customers who are likely to discontinue their services or leave.
Why don't you develop a model to show how we can attract students to the university? Instead of a company, people leaving their company services, predict a model how we can attract students to the university. I think that would be very attractive to the university management.
Yes, we'll consider that one.
Okay. So are you a postgraduate or undergraduate student?
I'm a postgraduate student.
Emmanuel, thank you, Emmanuel, for your presentation. You just talked about the customer churn prediction. I think it can also be applicable to TUM in the sense that you might want to understand why some students abandon some particular courses, like there's what we call the transfer of credits. Are you able to identify or predict why students would be leaving a particular program and join elsewhere? Why students would abandon a particular program? Why sometimes you have students applying for courses, like you get maybe a course has 300 applicants, but few of them turn up. Can your model be able to predict the same? Now, my second question is, if a company is not doing well, for example, don't you think that's already prediction that customers will pull out? Do you really need a model to be able to tell you that your customers will leave you, but you're doing badly? Do you need a model to tell you this and yet know you're doing badly? Thank you.
Okay, to respond to your first question, the model is applicable. We can predict for the students here in TUM. But according to our studies, we have majorly focused about motor insurance industry, to be specific. So we predict customers who are likely to leave. So this, it helps the company to plan or to have mitigation measures whereby they can make the customers not to leave, or they can introduce policies or new items whereby it can attract customers, whereby they can increase the customer base and make them not go to other company. Because in this industry, the matters are very competitive.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Any other concern for Emmanuel? Any other concern for Emmanuel? Okay, seems none. So thank you, Emmanuel. So members, those who are interested in learning about the churn models, I'm sure Emmanuel is around. Now that is one of our students, we can still engage with him and learn more about churn prediction models. So thank you very much, Emmanuel. Let's appreciate him. Okay, thank you. So we move to our second presenter for this session. So our second presenter is Dr. Chilimo. So Dr. Chilimo is going to present a paper on media coverage of tourism, shipping and maritime sectors news 1978 to 2018, a historical analysis of the Mombasa-based Coast Week newspaper archives, and I'm sure it will be an interesting session. Karibu sana, Doc. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm waiting for the presentation. Okay, thank you. So the title of my paper is as shown there on the screen. I'm presenting a paper on media coverage of tourism, sports, shipping, and maritime sector news in the archive of a newspaper that is called Coast Week. So this paper is based on a research work that we are doing in the library to digitize this archive of a newspaper called Coast Week. So the Coast Week newspaper was generously donated to TUM by a member of the community based here in Mombasa. So the university supported the digitization process of this newspaper. And we are so glad for the funds that we got from the internal research funds to digitize this paper. So we've been advocating for this paper to be used, or the archive to be used for scholarly research. So this paper is based on the content analysis of this archive that we did in collaboration with students from Bachelors of Information Science. So I will acknowledge them properly at the end. So, so I'll give you a little bit of introduction and background. So newspapers in general are considered to be a major communication channel and source of information, especially on trending issues in the society, ranging from social issues, economic issues, political issues, cultural development, etc. They are also considered to be crucial source of information, especially in disseminating information due to their extensive coverage. Yeah, we know that newspaper can go very far. So the distribution of newspaper normally is very wide. So it is easy to get hold of a newspaper, and most of the times people interact with this source of information every now and then. Portability is also easy with this, and it also has this capacity to reach scattered people and scattered members of the community. So through this newspaper or the media at large, it is possible to bring to public notice issues that require attention with a view of mobilizing development efforts and basically even to raise awareness on issues that need attention of members of the community, policymakers, or even the government. So back to the sectors that we are focusing on, so tourism and maritime sectors, and we've also added sports. So we want to see how these three items were being covered in the Coast Week newspaper. So as we know, tourism and even maritime sector have long played an important role in the Kenyan economy. The two sectors have played a significant role in the development of Kenya in general, but specifically of the coast region of Kenya and Mombasa specifically. For example, in 2019, this was before COVID, it was reported that the tourism sector was contributing 8.8% of the GDP, and it was valued at 7.9 billion US dollars. So the B is missing there, sorry for that. So the government of Kenya, we've seen the emphasis that the government has put on issues to do with the blue economy and shipping and maritime issues. So I think based on that, that's why we picked this particular sector, because we want to see historically how was this sector being covered in this very important newspaper, which was based here in Mombasa. So the blue economy has been recognized as part of the key economic pillar of the current government development blueprint. And we've had the way our chief guest talked a lot about this sector in the morning. So we also picked the area of sports because this newspaper was also reporting a lot in terms of sports and sporting activities. So as the media outlet, it contributed significantly to coverage of sports. It also played a key role in shaping the narrative around sporting events and how sports influence and how it is perceived and celebrated by the public. So we picked those three areas, and we are trying to do a content analysis to see how the three areas were historically covered in this newspaper. So in terms of the objectives of the study, so we wanted to explore coverage of tourism, sports, and then shipping and maritime sectors, issues in the Mombasa-based community newspaper between the year 1978 and 2018. This is the time when this newspaper was actively being published. So specifically, we wanted to know the extent of coverage of the three sectors, the extent of coverage of these issues in the newspaper. Then we wanted to identify the major themes in the coverage of these particular sectors. And then we also wanted to examine the prominence of these sectors in this particular newspaper. So we believe that this historical analysis can bring a lot of benefits to the research community and also to the government because it is important given the significant role played by these sectors, but also looking at the past on how these sectors are performing can also play a part in shaping the narrative of these sectors going forward. And also it can also contribute in terms of policy making around these particular areas. So I will give a little bit of the historical background of the Coast Week itself so that you get the context of this newspaper. So this was a Mombasa-based community newspaper, and as I said, it was being actively published between 1978 and 2018. So 78, not very long after independence, so that is the time the newspaper was publishing. And then the production of these newspapers, was halted in 2018. So come 2018, the managing director of this newspaper realized that they've somehow the technological advancement, they've not been able to move along with the technology so much, so they had to halt the business because a lot of revenue that they were relying on to run the newspaper was being channeled to the social media and digital platforms. And for them, for some reasons, they were not able to catch up with the digital developments, so they had to close down the newspaper. So that's how the newspaper was closed, and that is from the director himself of this newspaper. So in the year 2021, this was still during the COVID time, the managing director approached TUM and requested that we host this newspaper, or we keep custody of the newspaper. So he donated the entire archive of this newspaper, which included 40 bound volumes of this newspaper, which were very well and cleanly preserved for all these years. So I will show you a photo of the ceremony when this archive was being handed over to TUM management. It was a very happy day that day. We had a very nice ceremony, and the archive was graciously donated to us. And when he was donating the newspaper, he actually made a request that we digitize this newspaper. He made a plea to the university management that, please, can you digitize this so that many people get to read and get to know what the newspaper is all about. So we took up that challenge, and we continued with this process of digitizing the newspaper because the management allowed the library to receive funding from the internal research funds, and we were able to carry the project. So back to the newspaper itself. This newspaper itself, it presents a unique, rich historical legacy of the coast region of Kenya. It is one of the most complete set of the newspaper, and it is the only copy that is known to exist. So you can see it is very precious because it is only here. There is no any other place where we can go and find a complete set of the Coast Week. It is only available here. So it was published weekly on Fridays. So for people who grew up in Mombasa and those who are at my age at least, or older, like Dr. Ban, I think they interacted with that newspaper. I've talked to so many people, and they have very fond memories of this newspaper, including our Vice Chancellor. They talk very nice memories of this newspaper because they were waiting for this newspaper to come out every Friday so that they can read, they get to know what was happening in their particular city during that time. So the newspaper covered several issues, including coastal politics, religious issues, environmental conservations, news about stars and starlets, safari rallies, the history of coast, as well as reports on on rich cultural life of the coast region of Kenya. So it was covering many issues. I think I jumped one of the slides here. So it was also covering things to do with tourism, entertainment, shipping and maritime affairs, sports, community welfare, and of course, advertisement of local products. So that is just a background of it. So, and then this newspaper was also unique because it was publishing in 3 languages. It was the only newspaper that was publishing in 3 languages. So there was a majority of the paper was in English, but they had dedicated 1 or 2 pages to Kiswahili and also the German language. So the inclusion of German language in this Mombasa-based community newspaper was very significant, because if you look at the research that was published around the subject of tourism and how the tourism industry started in Mombasa, you will find that the Germany tourists, by that time, immediately after independence, it is said that they were the majority in the coast region of Kenya, and they outnumbered tourists from any other European and non-European country. So they were the majority here. And also in terms of investment, German entrepreneurs were a crucial force in the creation of coastal tourism infrastructure, and also had a significant role to play in terms of shareholding of most of the hotels that were operating. So it was very strategic to have a German page within this local newspaper, because the German tourists were the majority around that time. And of course, Swahili page also resonate well with the culture and the local community. And it had a lot of these Swahili poems and mashairis, and it was also not covering just the coast, the Kenyan coast, but it was also covering the entire East African region. So it was making a lot of sense to have a page dedicated to Swahili. So that is the background of this newspaper. So we've been advocating for this newspaper to be utilized for academic research and scholarly research. So we digitized this newspaper, and we've created an archive. So that address there is where you can find the link to this database. We've not yet launched it, so we've not publicized it because it's still work in progress, but it is there. So coastweek.tum.ac.ke. That is where you can find the link to this portal, where we are putting these archived versions of the Coast Week. So as I've said, it is funded by internal research funds, so we thank the PRI because they gave us an opportunity to have funds to carry out the project. The project team include myself, but also Dr. Egesa, Dr. Musau from ICI, and also Dr. Lucili from social sciences. So we also work with students, yeah? So we work with students from communication studies and also students from bachelors of information science. So those are the students that we work with. So far, our online portal has attracted researchers from far and wide. Every other time we receive requests from researchers who wants to utilize our database for this. So apart from these foreign researchers, currently in this academic year, we have 3 bachelors of information science students who are doing their project using the content of this Coast Week newspaper. And this research is actually based on some of the data that they collected. So I'm just here, I'm their supervisor, so I'm presenting on their behalf, but part of the data was actually collected by them, and they are there. Can you please raise your hands? Yeah, so they are there. So they are here keenly following. So whatever feedback they are going to get, it will help them also improve their project. So this is the portal. Sorry, I wanted to show the, if you can go to the previous slide. So this is one of the students who is doing the work on the Coast Week. This is the portal, how it looks like. So from there, you can search. We've organized the content by year, and also in each year we go by issues, because it is a weekly newspaper. So you can browse, you can do searches on this particular portal, and you can actually read. We call it rereading the newspaper because it's an old newspaper, yeah? So you can reread. You can actually read and see what things were being said during that time. So please, the next slide. So I'm just showing you some of the usage and some of the people that we work with. The next one, so this is a student working on digitization. We also work with communication studies students. We are actually digitizing this newspaper using professional cameras. So that is an example of a setup that we have to digitize the newspaper. The camera is mounted on that tripod stand, and we take photos of this newspaper. Then we convert them to PDF, and we combine the pages. Then the pages are uploaded in the portal. So the next one, So this is a researcher from Germany who is doing a research on the history of tourism in the Kenyan coast. So he came, he saw some of our articles on the internet, and he came physically to come and peruse and read the newspaper. Then from them, we also get feedback on how we can improve the portal, on the issues that are of interest to them. Then being a Germany, he was also able to tell us what was being covered in those German pages of the newspaper. And we are looking at a collaboration also with Gotha Institute to see whether we can actually work with them, whether they can support the work further so that we perfect our portal. We also received another researcher who is actually doing research on the history of rugby. Yeah? So there is a very old rugby club in Kenya. It has been there even before independence, and they are celebrating their 100 years anniversary, and they are writing a history of this club. So he came all the way to access this Coast Week newspaper because he got to understand that this is where he can get a complete set of this Coast Week. So he has been to all media houses in Kenya, and not just in Kenya, in the East African region, and he also went to the British Library, to Library of Congress, because sometimes they archive some of the content that is coming from Africa, and he said TUM is the only place where he could get the entire collection of the Coast Week. So he's doing the history of sports, and he has collected a lot. Actually, he had promised that he will deposit whatever he has to TUM. So we'll continue developing these archival kind of materials and make them available for our researchers to do research. Yeah, so back to the research itself. So in terms of methodology, what we are doing, we are applying a research approach called Infometric. Infometric is a research approach within the field of information science, and it is a quantitative approach that uses quantitative aspects to analyze information in all formats. So it constitutes quantitative measure of patterns that show up in published information. So if you want to know patterns on how the various information products are presented, you can apply this Infometric. So we found it to be useful for this kind of analysis. So Infometrics further involves the application of quantitative and statistical method to examine information patterns. So Infometrics help us to just get the patterns, but we also use content analysis to analyze the content of this. So still with methodology, so we had to get a data set for this particular research. So I'm combining here in my presentation work that has been done by 3 students. So one is just tackling maritime and shipping, the other one is doing tourism, and the other one is doing sports. But the presentation here covers the 3. So we had to get the data set, and how do we get the data set? We retrieve articles that are touching on these areas from the database, and we are using the digitized version. So we obtain these articles from the digitized version. So we do advanced search in this database using keywords such as tourism, maritime, shipping, yeah, and other related keywords. We've been exchanging these keywords so that we get all the content that is relating to these aspects, and also sports is also done the same way. And we are considering all kind of content, whether it is news articles, featured articles, editorial, reports, letters to the editors, so almost everything that is there in the newspaper. So once we identify the data set, we take screenshots of this, and then we save them in PDF files using the naming system that covers the year, month, and date of publication. Then we rename this, and we also put the article, the title of this article in these PDF files. So we organize the PDF files in folders, so for each of the particular field. So a thorough check is also done to ensure that articles in question are relevant to the study and they indeed cover the subject of interest. Then from there, content analysis is applied. to analyze this content according to the objectives of the study. So I highlighted my objectives at the beginning. So the first objective is to find out the extent of coverage of these three sectors of the economy in this Mombasa-based Coast Week newspaper. And I must say, what we have here is preliminary findings because the work is still ongoing, yeah? So we only have part of the findings. Data is still being collected. I think we are almost like halfway from the data collection. So whatever we have here is preliminary, it's not the final data. So this is what we found. Back. Sorry, back again, yes. So extent of coverage. So we have a table like that. So we just wanted to know how many articles in tourism are we able to find. So far we've covered like 20 volumes. So from 20 volumes, the total number of articles published are around 7,460. So in terms of tourism, from what we've collected so far, there were 53 articles on tourism. On maritime and shipping, there were around 39, and on sports, there were around 57. So I'm saying again, this is just preliminary. We are still working on this. It is not the final. So from this, you can generally say the coverage of these sectors was not that much, yeah? Because the newspaper was covering many other issues, but in terms of coverage, that is how it is. So for tourism, it was almost like 0.4% of the total number of articles which were there. For maritime, it was like 0.8, etc. Yeah, so this is just preliminary findings. So once we finish the data collection, I think maybe the figures will change a little bit. So we also wanted to find out the dominant themes. From all the articles that have been written on maritime and shipping, what are the themes that are appearing in this particular article? So, why is it important to analyze the themes? Because they address the actual issues of concern related to these sectors. So, and it also has implication on the kind of agenda they set and the kind of the agenda and discussion they build around this sector. So we have this table that shows the themes. Yeah, so for maritime and shipping, the majority of the themes that were covered included things like shipping and cargo transportation. The highest was on maritime defense and security. And I was pleasantly surprised when the chief guest indicated in the morning that most of the research that has been done so far in the area of blue economy is about defense and security. So actually our findings here collaborate what other people are seeing also. So this is a newspaper, remember, probably the chief guest was referring to journal articles and other research-based publications, but you can see the trend is the same. So majority were on maritime defense and security issues, followed by cargo transportation, and then port management, issues to do with marine engineering was one of the lowest. So under tourism, issues to do with hotel industry, tourism market and marketing were the highest, while articles which were covering on national reserves or national parks was not that much, but there were also articles that were covering on challenges, yeah? For tourism sector, you know the way the sector is being affected by every other time it's something new that is affecting the sector. So it is good to understand what were the challenges that the tourism sector was facing maybe those years versus what is the challenges that the sector is facing now. And of course, on sports, majority of the articles were on football and also clubs and associations. So a little bit of discussion around this. So So what was interesting was about, for example, the challenges under tourism. So most of the articles were reporting on things to do with frequent power cuts, which those were the issues around tourism. That time, reluctance to use the national carrier by local and foreign tourists. So that time they were actually battling to try and convince people to use Kenya Airways, because people would prefer KLM and other international carriers. So, and that thing was, there were several articles which were written around that. Increased taxation was also a problem that time. Escalating costs in the sector were also some of the challenges which were coming out. So on maritime and shipping, majority of the articles have said they were on issues to do with defense and security. So security incidences appearing in the ocean and around shipping. Missing ships were reported, there were articles on that, and there was also an extensive coverage of visits by foreign navy. Okay, so I'm almost done. Yeah, so those were around maritime, and yeah, and around sports, yeah. Majority were on football and clubs, as I've said. So that is what we've been able to analyze so far, but we are also doing like yearly contribution of the articles. That is an ongoing work, coverage by language, examining prominence of these sectors as compared to other topics. That is still work in progress. So in conclusion, so the newspaper chronicled early stages of development of these sectors, that is post-independence. They study, analyze, and the evolution of the sectors and recorded in this particular newspaper. So the challenges of the sectors, the challenges that the sectors were facing by then, and the solutions sought to deal with these challenges can inform future development in these areas. And therefore, the findings of this study can be useful for policymakers, stakeholders, researchers, and the public at large. And I also want to acknowledge the people that I work with. I said this is an internally funded research project, and my team is showing there. And the BI students who are currently doing their project using this particular content. I'm also acknowledging there Cleopatra, Panian, and Frederick. They are the 3 students that I'm working with. And yeah, so the next slide is my list of references. And I call upon other people to also come and try to make use of this content for scholarly research so that we can use it to enhance our research activities. Thank you so much.
So members, we've heard about the Coast Week, over 40 volumes, isn't it, in the library. I'm sure content from the library can never be boring. So let's hear any comments, any question for the librarian. Thank you.
So, okay, thank you, the presenter. I think you've done a good job. Since this is work in progress and you want actually to digitize print into electronic, I would like to request you don't leave out the photographs, because it gives an historical perspective how they were looking like at that time and what they look like currently. Number 2, you talked about, when you're analyzing the papers, about increased taxation. And since you are doing a paper on research, maybe you can compare the taxation regime which was actually presented by the, is it Coast Week? And the current taxation regime for purposes of analysis. Secondly, you talked about where that paper was trying to market Kenya Airways in relation to the other international flights. What was actually their strategic move in order to woo passengers to KQ? Maybe in the aspect of pricing in relation to the other international flights. Since it's still work in progress, maybe you can factor in. Thank you, otherwise you are doing well.
I guess that was a comment for improvement, eh? So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chirimo. And yes, I see there's some right at the end of the tunnel. Yes. Important questions. Because at the end of the day, the first question I would like to be answered is, of all these things, what do they mean? Because you have looked at, for example, tourism, and I was just asking the tourism man here, where did tourism crash in this country? How can you relate to what is reported here vis-a-vis those things and identify a pattern? Because you talked about infometrics, identifying patterns. And therefore the question is, what can we learn from what was reported here by the newspapers to inform our tourism sector? Two, in terms of sports, and I was intrigued to look at how much attention they paid to the different sectors. Was it there based on the economies or the monies, the revenue that are driving from those components, or what was the driver? Because that's a question you need to ask yourself. How come only 0.8% or something like that? None was more than 1%, right? So the others which had more than 1%, what was the driver? Because then the question could be that what you are seeing is a reflection of where the money is coming from. And that becomes important when you are looking at the context. If sports give you very little, why should you spend so much money? Even in the current newspapers, at most you can see two pages or 2.5 pages of sports. Most of the time is the back last page. The rest of the newspaper is covering other things. So is it that sports give very little money? Coverage. When you look at coverage, you need to think about what is the denominator there? Is it the number of articles? Is it the length of the articles? Is it the number of words? I am not sure. Because those are hefty things. Because 7,460 articles, those are titles, right? But those could be titles of a quarter page, a half page. So the number of words could also be important. And I think that's your area of expertise. But the last one, in terms of marketing, the question asked by my colleague here is particularly important. How relevant was it? Why should they have used those tactics? So the question, when I talk to my dean of business, I say, every subject has a practical. Maybe their practical is to go and analyze those newspapers and see what the marketing strategies then, based on the current reality, were they effective or not effective? Thank you. But good work.
We just look at the number of articles without looking at the length and how long it is, etc. So the next objective that we are tackling is about the prominence. Now the prominence is about how big the article, what kind of space is it taking. So that one we'll also analyze at a later stage. This type of studies, they can be done by information science people, but also media people. I've seen the media people are also doing this, and they go even deeper. They even go and analyze the sources, like the people who are writing these articles, what is their source of information, etc. So there are so many things that can be done on this rich content, and I thank you all for the comments. Yeah.
Thank you. I lived in that era of Coastry, and we frequently, just to add on, we frequently were looking for when is the tide in, when is the tide out. That was a major. Nowadays you go online and you get it. But at that time, that was the source of when the tide is in. I get it from Coast Week, when the tide is out. It was not me. We have the tourism sector. When they knew when the ships is coming in, people from Nyanza, Central, all the ladies of the night and gentlemen of the night would come to Mombasa. They knew when the tide is in, when the cruise ship is in. So we knew from Coast Week when the ship is coming in for tourism. Okay. We knew from Coast Week when the ship is coming to offload, because we did not have internet. So that was a major newspaper. Why it collapsed is because I know one of the owners, the adverts went online. They were not able to advertise anymore. People were not advertising online anymore. So they were not advertising to them, they went online. So the paper had to go down. It was being carried forward. It was being brought up because of the adverts. So when adverts went online, digitalized, nobody was taking it to the newspaper. So that's where the newspaper went down. Thank you, but you did a really good job.
Thank you, Daktari. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. You have heard from the readers of Coast Week. So don't want to lock anybody out. You have one? Okay, very fast so that we can move forward.
Yeah, thank you so much to Dr. Chilimo. I would like to ask that now that you've been entrusted by the owner of Coast Weeks to do that project, and as you've stated clearly that our library, our archive section has been favored, and now we are the only one that have do have those copies. So you as TUM Library, what are you going to do so that we maintain our integrity as a library in 10 years to come? Are you going to come up with another strategy that will be doing research and keeping our archive updated always so that we maintain that value as TUM and remain to be the best? What are you going to do, or are you going to consider that so that we maintain it?
Thank you. She's a volunteer in the library, so she's challenging me. It's okay. So we work very closely with management, and we are hoping that management will continue supporting the library. Actually, the physical space for the archive, it is in a very bad shape. Yeah? So we are hoping that soon we'll be able to renovate our space so that the archive can look like a professional archive, so that even the copies that we've been given, we can be able to keep them for many years to come. Yeah? Because you know, these archival materials, they need some special conditions for them to thrive and be able to be preserved for many years. Yeah? So we are banking on management. We'll keep on those proposals, sending them for support. And we are also looking outside also, yeah, because we also need to mobilize funds from outside. So we are hoping that once we get maybe Gotha Institute on board and other partners, we'll be able to have better conditions for our archives. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Let's applaud Dr. Chilimo. Looking out to Atanya. One more from the very last one for Dr. Chilimo.
Thank you, Dr. Chilimo. A very quick one. You have called those who used to read Coast Week the Mombasa-based Coast Week community. What are you going to do to ensure that you don't leave the community that is not digital now, so that they are also able to access the archives? Because you're now digitizing them.
Yes.
Here's the data.
Yes.
What will you do for these communities that are not able to access digital data?
You know, the physical copies will still be there. We will not get rid of the physical copies once we've digitized, yeah? So the digital version will be there. Those who are digital can go online and read and reread, yeah? Dr. Bana can still go and check those tides the way they were in the 80s and compare them with now. But the physical copies will still be there, yeah? So we are planning to have a launch of this project. So once we launch, we will invite members of the community to come and access this resource, both physical and also the digital copies that are going to be online.
Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate her again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, so members, time is not on our side, so you can have your seat. We'll try to move a little bit fast. So we will have the third presenter is Mr. Benjamin Zomo Mwicha. So Benjamin will give us a presentation on effect of repositioning strategy as a turnaround strategy on performance of 4-star-rated hotels in the coastal region of Kenya. Karibu, Benjamin.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the chairman and the panel and all those who are here. I'm here. I'm a student and presenting my paper on effects of reposition strategy as a turnaround strategy on performance of 4-star rated
Sorry,
hotels.
a minute,
in the
please.
coast.
Did you give your soft copy? Your soft copy. Did you give it to them? You had sent a soft copy. Yeah. It is not with you? You share with the email. Okay. Sorry. I don't know, Benjamin, maybe we can have one person presenting as you sort, or is it already sorted? Yeah, let's do this. Just share. Then we have Dr. Ratanya. Dr. Ratanya. So just share. Then after Ratanya will present. Just continue sorting. So as Benjamin is sorting out, we will listen to Dr. Scholastica Ratanya. She is presenting on follower characteristics as a dissidence of LMX relationships on organizational performance in PWD's institutions in Mombasa and Kilifi counties. Karibu daktari.
I'm going to present them. That's the
Members, one moment, we sort something. No, just it. Yeah, the Apple has refused to read the flash disk. Those who are presenting, I think we are remaining with Dr. Ratanya, Mwicha, and Dr. Wandera. Please share your presentations to the email address that was provided so that they just download from there. So Ratanya, share to their email. I'm worried about time. So, ameenda wapi Dr. Ratanya? Ametoka tena? Dr. Ratanya? Yeah, come please. Then after that, Mwicha, be ready so that we can wind up. Dr. Ratanya, 10 minutes please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Scholastica Ratanya, and as they are uploading my paper there, the title is on follower characteristics and as antecedents of LMX relationships in organizational performance in PWD institutions in Mombasa, Kilifi counties. Looking at that title, I want to very fast explain two key areas there. You have LMX relationships. LMX simply means leader-member relationships. You're a leader in an organization, and you are bound to ensure that you have good relationships with your followers. And on the other hand, the followers who are the members must also ensure that they cultivate an appropriate relationship with their leaders. And we call that LMX relationships. And secondly, we have PWDs, that is people living with disabilities, standing for PWDs. Now, a very quick one. This study came out of a personal experience. I have a younger brother. It is a sad experience though. Remember, we get, you can pick studies from anywhere in our ordinary experiences, in our community life. So I have a younger brother, 35 years old. He studied at Jomo Kenyatta University and did a Bachelor of Medical Lab. But he was not really, he really did not want to pursue this course because it sort of was forced to him by my parents. So this gentleman went into a lot of drinking. He kept losing jobs here and there. And eventually we tried to help him get out of the drinking, and we took him to a rehab in Nairobi. And in this rehab, he could not access any alcohol. But believe you me, he took spirit, methylated spirit for shaving. It was a center for only gentlemen. And he took methylated spirit for shaving, and he became blind. We took him to India in 2022, and he's still blind as we speak now. He's learning how to use the software, the Braille software, because we now have a software these days. So that's how my study was born. And how was it born? Now, as we're interacting with him, trying to see how he can be able to make a living out of the mess that he put himself in, I asked him a question. Now, you're now learning how to use the software to ensure that you're able to communicate digitally. And then he asked me a question. How will they take me? I am a person who has done a course that deals with chemicals, and yet I injected some chemicals, and it has affected me. That's where I got one of my variables, locus of control. And meaning that as followers, it is also important you look into what you do as a member of any organization to ensure that you are able to maybe deal with the leaders that you have in place. And the second variable, I asked him a question. Now, you are a person who is very competent. You have done a Bachelor of Medical Lab. I mean, you have the skills. And that's how I got my first variable, the follower competencies. You're competent, and now that you're competent, you have locus of control. Your attitude should ensure that you create good attitude between you as a member or you as a follower and your leaders, so that you can ensure that you don't always hide behind being a PWD, but ensure that you're also able to earn a living in whatever you do. That was part of my background. We can go to the statement of the problem. Yeah, so looking into that, let's go to the next slide. Looking into that, you're saying that I'm only looking at two aspects here, to look at the follower characteristics of these PWB individuals, because we ensure that as much as we are leading these people, as much as we have these followers who are under the bracket of PWD, they must, as much as possible, ensure that they have cultivated appropriate attitudes so that you can be able to interact with them appropriately. Then you had a moderating variable. As much as we have good leaders, as much as the PWB individuals themselves are also willing to cooperate and maybe have good dealings with the leaders, the culture of the organization also matters. Because in some cases we've realized that as much as we have policies in place, if the culture of the organization is not very strong, then you have these problems in terms of relating with these individuals. Next. So very fast, just go to the next slide. I'll go direct to the findings. Yeah, those are the theories that you are able to apply. These are a social aspect. And of course, it was very key and important to ensure that you are able to have a background of this. And before I went actually into the study, I went to find out whether we have some gaps in these particular institutions whereby the followers or the members feel that they are not really wanted, or feel that maybe they are belittled and feel that they are not part and parcel of the leadership aspects. But again, I found quite a number of studies. I think you have left that slide. Let's go to the previous slide. Statement of the problem. There you are. we have 3 major studies that I realized that we have a certain gap in this study. If you can look at Onsomu 2022, whereby we have certain aspects to ensure that we are able to encourage these relationships within organizations. And also we have a very recent one, UN Agenda 2022, which also centers more on sustainable development goals to ensure that we have a universal call of not leaving anyone behind, even for these PWDs. And the last study that I found that also supported this study was Minor 2019, which singled out the need to ensure that PWDs employees are part and parcel of the organization in all that they do. You can go back, you can go to the findings. Yeah, there we are. So many researchers view the followers' traits as independent variables and in the leadership process, and it is very important to understand that even we as leaders, we must ensure that we consider the characteristics of these followers or the people that we lead. Next. So data was collected from PWD institutions both in Mombasa and Kilifi, and data was collected towards last year, and you can see that there are good values for the Cronbach alpha variables there, because we realized that most of these variables, the 2 variables, were acceptable and were also feasible for the study. Yes, 10% was used for pilot study. Next slide. Yeah, these are some results that we found out, and maybe you can be able to see that clearly. It is well elaborated in the final study. We used factor analysis, and because I had quite a number of items on the questionnaire, I had 10 items for each variable, but factor analysis helped me to be able to reduce the variables because some of them were related, and also we ensure that we have no correlation between the variables, so that we are able to ensure that you only have the variables that are very key. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, findings there again. Yeah, I've just mentioned that. Yeah, questionnaires were issued and we had quite a good response out of that. You can go to the next. Yeah, I've just mentioned that correlation analysis was done, and also we ensured that the variables that were in place, the 2 variables, follower characteristics, locus of control, and organizational performance were well in relation and therefore were appropriate, because we had the 2 tail tests informing us that actually the study was reliable. Now, the most important aspect of the study is now the results that we have here. I'm not able to see clearly, but what we found out is that it was important for organizations to partner, with the source of the disability expertise there, and to ensure that as much as possible the institutional resources are available for the PWD, so that you can ensure that the leaders are able to lead these people in the best way that they could. Now, we had some open questions. You had some open questions for the respondents. Just go to the previous slide. Yes. And the question was, what contribution would your organization provide to enhance LMX relationships in your organization? Some of the leaders, one of the leaders responded that it is important for an organization to partner with others as a source of disability expertise, experience, information, and ensure that human and institutional resources are available by helping upgrade the activities and collaboration to ensure the organizations complement and learn from each other. What this person meant was simply that it was important for the organization to partner with other organizations so that you can ensure that we have good LMS relationships taking place. Then we had another leader answering the same question and say that I would help the staffers overcome assumptions about their colleagues' abilities. That's a good one. I'll not complete the sentence there. So that if, for example, I have a colleague who is a PWD, I'm able to be helped to understand what they go through, and also to ensure that I'm able to live with them well, and also help them to be able to carry out their activities well. Sometimes the PWD members assume that the the ordinary people understand what they are going through. It is not always the case. So one person responded and said that it is important that we are also maybe informed, given information on how we are able to understand this PWD and what they go through. Another leader said that I would spend more time coaching my staff and with disabilities on how to help their colleagues understand them better, fine, especially if they have hidden disability. Yeah, we have all learned about the issue of mental health. Mental health, according to the latest findings, is that 1 in 4 people now has some mental disturbances. And if you can look at the group that is in front of us here, we are quite a number of us who could be having mental problems. So again, you are saying that it is always important to also understand that we could have some hidden disability, and once we are able to understand the same, we are able to have better working relationships with our seniors. Then one of the followers, I have 2 followers that responded the open questions. One of them said that on the same question, there is need to encourage self-identification, especially those with invisible disability, so that the PWDs themselves would also be able to identify the strengths that they have in them, so that they can be able to work with the leaders. Sometimes some PWDs would always assume that, they are belittling us, they don't understand us, but it's also important for us to have that self-determination as the people living with PWD. Then the last follower also responded that open question and said that our leaders should try to change their members' practice and influence the workplace from the disability perspective. Time has come for us now to embrace even the minority and to ensure that as much as possible, whether we have the outspoken disability or the hidden disability, it is important for us as leaders to ensure that we have been able to understand the disability of these followers appropriately. You can go to the next slide. When you go to the conclusions, what I have put in bold is what is very key here. And there was indeed, according to the study, positive association of follower competences on organizational performance in PWD institutions in Kenya. And also another conclusion was that although PWD's mainstreaming policies are available, there is still a challenge encountered when interacting with the PWDs, that is between the leaders and those living with disabilities. And then also we have that there is need for more research to establish the real issues regarding PWD followers. As leaders, again, we don't always make assumptions that this is what these people are going through, but it is always important to ensure that we do more and more studies to find out what really ails the leaders and what really ails the followers that, of course, these people deal with. And lastly, undefined organizational structures and promotional procedures where you have lower characteristics towards organizational performance. You can go to the recommendations. This is very key. For the recommendations is that the PWD program should be formulated and customized for every institution. That's a key thing that we found out, because PWD institutions are also different, just like other organizations are different, and therefore we need to customize these policies so that you are able to embrace the follower characteristics, to embrace LMX relationships. Then you have, the study also recommends that followers are encouraged to consider fellow workers' views to enhance creativity in problem solving. That would also make the LMS relationships better, because these people are able to understand whatever it is that is taking place within their departments or the organizations. Then the other recommendation is that the followers are tasked with ensuring that they hold themselves in a high standard of personal access to achieve team goals, so that, of course, you don't have to keep looking down upon themselves as PWDs, but they should always be part and parcel of the team. It does not really matter whether you're working with PWDs or ordinary people. And the last recommendation was that the study endorses that it would be meaningful to study other essentials of organizational culture. This study only dwelled on 2 aspects of organizational culture, and that was consistency and other aspects of norms, so that you can ensure that we are exhaustively able to come up with other studies that will cover the same areas. That's the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ratanya. Thank you very much. So, 2 or 3 questions or comments for Dr. Ratanya. Anyone with a comment or a question for Dr. Ratanya? None? So, Dr. Ratanya, was this okay? Yeah.
Dr. Rachana, that was very good, and the experience you have gone through. I wanted to find out the PWD institutions. Are they all of the same nature? Do they have, I thought there was the school for the blind, and then we have the school for the disabilities, or are you just looking at all of them as one group, or what?
I was looking at all of them as one group because you have quite a number of them. I did not categorize them. And what I was specifically looking at was organizations where we also have PWDs working. So it was not purely PWD like what you have in some institutions. And if you look around in most of the institutions, you have, even for the NPCC, we have majority of these PWDs working, but they also have the normal people in them. So we do not have a PWD institution per se, but these are institutions that deal with PWD issues.
So are you concluding that we should have new policies for them?
Yes, what I said is that we should be able to customize. Like we have one here in Baxter, the one for the cerebral palsy. It is an institution that caters for the PWDs, but we also have ordinary people working there. So if you can be able to customize the policies that are in place, depending on the PWD institutions, we are able to make the LMX relationships better. Instead of just blanketing that these policies should be, should run across the institutions. But once you customize them, they're able to make the relationships better between the leaders and the followers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just ask.
No, I was just, I was thinking negatively, let me say it. If we customize for them policies, will that be an unfair employment treatment? Currently, they already have a bigger share than we do. When we work together as PWD and normal people, they're already working to 65, they don't pay tax. Now you are trying to suggest we also adapt their policies as we work together. Will that be an unfair playground?
It will not be unfair, and what I mean by customizing is that as much as possible, we can have some policies that suit the PWDs and the ordinary people, but as you are coming up with those policies, we have in mind that you have the disability perspective. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kideka. I think mine is just very brief to congratulate Dr. Ratanya for a very good presentation. In fact, to be honest, I think the introduction, when she gave the introduction, I was really taken aback by the story. It's a very sad story. You know, some of us, this story of people getting blind after drinking methanol, we only see it in news, but, first contact. So, pole sana. Otherwise, it was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her again, please. Thank you, Dr. Ratanya. So, Dr. Muhoro, you take over.
It's okay. Good afternoon, members. I'm the co-chair, and we had a presentation that was pending for Benjamin Nzomo. The presentation is on effects of repositioning strategy as a turnaround strategy on the performance of 4 star-rated hotels in the coastal region, Kenya. Bwana Benjamin. Oh, you're sorting, yeah?
Okay. Sorry for the interruptions. I'm Benjamin, and I'm presenting my paper on turnarounds, effects of repositioning on turnaround as a turnaround strategy on 4-star rated hotels in the coastal region of Kenya. Organizations, they are like human beings. They undergo life cycle. They are born, they are given birth, and then some get sick, they are treated, some recover, others die. So this topic is effects of repositioning strategy as a turnaround strategy on performance of 4-star rated hotels. So what is a turnaround? Turnaround refers to a set of actions and initiatives implemented by companies to revive a struggling organization or a dying organization. So this is what we call turnaround strategy. So in this topic, I've chosen this one is an academic requirement, and also to help management of hotels and other areas related, that is related organizations, to be able to stand during times of challenges. So this my topic, this research, my supervisors were Dr. Otieno, Dr. Kilungu, Dr. Atanya, who was here. She's my supervisor, so I thank God for that. So statement of the problem that FOCA, these are challenges which face organizations. So this one thing states the implementation of turnaround strategies, so that this becomes crucial for restoring solvency and promoting growth. And as a result, we are saying that after more than 2 decades of research on turnaround strategies point to conceptual, methodological, and conceptual gaps that need to be filled. And the current study explores effects of repositioning strategy as a turnaround strategy on performance of 4-star rated hotels. So we come to the objective. The objective of the study is to establish the effects of repositioning strategy on performance of 4-star rated hotels in the coastal region of Kenya. Then we have a hypothesis for the research is there is no significant effect of repositioning strategy on performance of 4-star rated hotels in the coastal region of Kenya. Then we have research theory, the theory that was used, or that has been used in this, was market-based view theory, which supports this research. Then conceptual framework. We have independent variables, which is a reposition strategy and dependent performance of 4-star rated hotels. And the sub-variables, they are as follows, which you can see there. Then we have methodology, that the research adopted descriptive research design, which was carried at the coastal region of Kenya, specifically focusing on 4-star rated hotels in the coastal region. And the population was a total of 319 participants, and the research employed stratified random sampling method, utilizing top, mid-to, and lower management levels of the 13-star rated hotels that is within the coastal region of Kenya. Then we have sample size, which was selected from there. It was 177 samples. The sample size, as you can see down there, the population 319, and the sample size 177. And descriptive results, as you can see there was a mean score of 4.01. That is a total mean score for the reposition strategy. Then we have for performance of 4-star rated hotels, this is 4.04. That is for performance of 4-star rated hotels. Then multiple regression, that is the research reviewed decent moderating relationship of 0.579. As you can see R, this is 0.79 and R square of 0.335. And ANOVA test, the ANOVA test reviewed that this regression model was significant. So as you can see there, we have significant is 0.00, that is 100%, and a F value of 24.69. Regression coefficient, that is for the subvariables, where we have intangible repositioning, product repositioning, and image repositioning. So with intangible, there is no, with repositioning, it's 100%, and image, that is product repositioning is 100%, and then image repositioning, it has also, it is 100%. But when you come to this intangible repositioning, there is no significant because it has 0.653. Then conclusion, the study investigated repositioning strategy strategy's effect on 4-star rated hotels in the coastal region, revealing its significant effect on performance and rejecting the hypothesis. That is the null hypothesis. The repositioning strategy enhances performance in hotels. Areas for further study. Future research should be conducted in longitudinal studies to understand the long-term effects of turnaround strategies on 4-star rated hotels. Then we have analyzing performance trend over time and considering external factors like marketing competition and regional variances would offer comprehensive insight applicable to the hospitality industry. Why have I chosen this? As I said from the beginning, is that this was an academic requirement and also desire to support tourism development goals. So that is my paper, and I thank God for that. This is the hand. God bless you.
Thank you, Bwana Benjamin. Thank you. I will open it for members. Any comments? Members with comments? For Benjamin? Or I can start because...
Benjamin, that was a very good presentation. Very congratulations. I just have one question. I've seen you have some results for your analysis, right? And I just have a simple question is, which tool did you use for your analysis and why? Thank you.
It's a turnaround questionnaire. It's a questionnaire.
All right. Don't want to leave somebody behind. All right, Bwana Benjamin. Now, I've had coastal region.
Yes.
Coastal region has 6 counties.
Yeah.
And also has many hotels. So why did you choose a 4-star? Is it that they are not ones that are able to reposition themselves?
Yeah, in the coastal region, we have 1 to 5-star hotels. But all the hotels, they don't operate the same way. If I could have taken 1 to 5-star, maybe there would have been some confusion. So I narrowed to 4-star rated hotels only.
All right. All right. We appreciate you, Bwana Benjamin.
Thank you.
Now, to the next presenter. Let's appreciate him better, please, members. The next presenter is Dr. Cyril Wadela on the topical issue on service learning as a catalyst of transformative education and societal development. Karibu sana, daktari. So you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name, as said, is Cyril Wandera from Technical University of Mombasa, Department of Mathematics and Physics. In the 5th Multidisciplinary Conference for Technical University of Mombasa, I have a presentation titled Service Learning as a Catalyst for a Transformative Education and Societal Development. I invite you. My presentation will be a little shorter. The outline is well displayed. I may not have time to repeat that. But then I will say, in the introduction, I define what service learning is. And you say it's a teaching and learning strategy that integrates meaningful community service with instructions and reflection to enrich learning experience. Teach civic education. I guess the third slide. Slide number 3. Just before that. Slide number 3. Next. Okay. There is no problem. So we define service learning as that teaching strategy that integrates classroom work and what happens in the community. We give examples of service learning by indicating if we have a situation where we have students who are handicapped in one way or the other, we say, I'm sorry to use that, but they are challenged. People living with disabilities say they have no sight. The colleagues, the students, can offer to go read for them. We call that service learning. If there are others who have a problem to reach the classrooms, they cannot walk, the colleagues can offer to aid their movement there in terms of giving a pull to the wheelchair and so on. If there are students who are in college and they are participating in community cleanups, we call that part of service learning, integrating what is learned in class and what happens in the community for a common goal. The history of service learning dates back to around 1892 when the President of the United States, Lincoln, donated some piece of land to be used. Okay. And then we say, what is my vision for transformative education in the basis of service learning? Having students who are going through a particular program, participating in community activities, and also assisting their colleagues as they learn through the content. So we say, we need to reinvent our continent through critical and creative education, not just being in a class and expecting students to learn alone. And then we need to have an educational methodology which emphasizes the personal, critical, and creative thinking by linking what happens in the classroom and what is in the society or the reality. Students are encouraged to study not just for marks, but so that they can make a difference in the lives of people they serve by their competence and attentiveness to the societal problems. Next slide. We give examples of service learning opportunities. I've talked of social engagement, reading for the visually impaired students on campus, helping in orphanages and homes of the elderly and the people with physical disability. Then environmental engagement, planting of trees, improving sanitation at a local market, political engagement. We have campaigns for democratic culture, organizing public debates about important community topics, and then cultural engagement, preserving historical sites, and then we also have technological engagement, developing new strategies or new items or technological aspects that can be used in the society, probably like solar cookers that can substitute the charcoal and so on. Okay, next slide. We can escape that. I've already done that bit. We can move on. Okay. In 1903, John Dewey developed an intellectual foundation of service learning, where thoughts and subject matters were discussed by a group of his colleagues, tracing back the history. Okay, we move on. Up to the later 1906. Okay, there we are. So we are saying 1990s saw the emerging shift to the younger and the young middle and elementary schools, as well as for students with disabilities engaging in service learning. Even those students who are challenged in one way or the other or living with disability were able to participate in activities that are taking place in the community. We say the use of service learning over the years have supported learning through, 1, experiential learning, 2, cross-culture and global awareness, 3, civic and social responsibility development, and then ethical development, career exploration, and personal growth. This study, next, looked at the components of service learning and the components are displayed as academics, service learning at the center, service to the community, civic engagement, and reflection. All those are contributing to the service learning. If you have a student, you look at the academics, how do they perform? Those who are engaging in community services. Those who are engaging in training other students, how do they perform? So all those are components we consider as part of service learning. And we are saying in terms of academics, we look at the coursework, service to the community, those who are participating in cleanups of the markets, and so on. Then a reflection, connecting, okay, that's okay. Okay. For service to the community, in terms of transformative education, we say education needs to be a process of enhancing an individual as a whole in the society. And then, as said, experience is the best teacher. You get a student from class to go and interact with people in the hospital, they gain the experience. And from there they learn. For education to be meaningful, aspects learned in classroom should be expressed practically to benefit the community. Okay? Reflection. There we are. Now, we talk of this provides an essential key by which service experience are transformed into learning. And then we are talking of, it connects the coursework to the service experience. And it is the graded component of service learning, which we are calling reflection. Effective reflection should link the service objectives by integrating service experience with the course that is learned, or the course content. And in the next, we're talking about learning as a component of service learning. A good education system should enable students to learn all the aspects of life as displayed in that pyramid, from each level, the lowest level up to the highest level, with the lowest level being physiological needs up to the point where the student or the learner is self-actualized. Next slide. Okay. What were our study objective in this case? Apart from qualitatively describing what service learning is, we gave out a questionnaire to students who are participating in community service in TUM, and we analyzed those questionnaires to give out some results. And we are saying the study objectives included or aimed at conducting an intensive and extensive research at Technical University of Mombasa on service learning to statistically analyze the roles of the roles of service learning in transformative education, narrowing down to the following 4 concern areas. 1, attitude towards self. How do the students view themselves after participating in service learning activities? 2, what is their attitude towards the university or the college after participating in these service learning activities? And then 3, what is their level of civic engagement? Does service learning activities that they do promote their engagement in civic world or context? And lastly, the academic performance. We checked on students who participate in these programs. How do they perform academically? Next slide. Okay. I'm told it is 2 minutes. Okay. That design is not necessary. That's a picture indicating part of the students who are participating in community development service or community service, what we are calling service learning, and their photos are displayed. Next. Next. We are saying we used the Daniel formula, identified 328 students, and out of the 328, 315 of the students were the response rate from the Google forms that we received. Next. The results were analyzed using SPSS and then version 26, and the output appears the demographic factors. We were asking the students who are participating in service learning, in terms of age, what is their experience? And the indication of there is a p-value of 0. Not the gender, the indication is 0.8, which is far much higher than the 0.05. And therefore we are saying our conclusion is that the gender does not necessarily influence the participation of a student in service learning related activities. The explanation based on the p-values for the age group, for class level and the program are all indicated. Next slide. We looked at the demographic features in terms of departments that we have in TUM, and around 13 departments gave us the response. We analyzed and we were checking the chi-square value vis-a-vis the counts of students that are participating in the service learning related activities per department in Technical University of Mombasa. And we displayed that in that table. Next. The outcome in terms of attitude towards the students themselves after participating on service learning. We indicated that it is true the students have a positive attitude towards themselves when they interact with what is live in the community. The next slide is about the attitude towards the university. The p-value again is less than the p-value is 0.0, is greater. So again there, I guess the results could be interpreted that having participating in service learning does not influence their feeling about the university. Okay. In civic engagement, again the results indicate participating in service learning does not influence how the students engage in civil related activities. Okay. In terms of academic performance, it is clear from the results we had that students who participate in service learning activities in one way or the other perform better in terms of academics. In case of, one example was when they get, from the qualitative aspect, when they get out to do service learning activities, coming back they feel they have lost, so they sit to concentrate and even read to an extent that they gain more knowledge compared to the other colleagues that do not participate in service learning activities. Next. Next. We have discussed each of the objective and given our conclusion. And in summary, we are saying learning should not just stop in classroom, but should be extended to the community. Thank you for listening.
happening to the other? All right, members, thank you, Bwana Wadela, for the presentation. And because we were learning on service learning, so before we go to the service learning, is there any comment to Bwana Wadela? All right. I think I received two for the gentleman and the lady.
Thank you, Daktari, for that great presentation. We appreciate that service learning, of course, may be very impactful, and we should not just confine learning in classroom. However, I have two questions. How are we going to integrate virtual learning with the service learning? Because I believe the students who are probably across the border will have to join the community where the learning is taking place for the practical session. Number two, we've looked at the second objective. It was on attitudes by the students. And my question is, based on the findings, you've said that there is a positive attitude having exposed to the community. My worry is on how will you manage emotional engagement in cases where probably these students are exposed to poverty, extreme poverty levels, where the communities are facing, or any other vices that the communities are exposed to, and we are taking the students to such communities for the experience which is required. Then the last question is on diversity in terms of community. How can it be managed or rather integrated in the service learning? Thank you.
Let's get the second one so that you answer together.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's a good one because coming from our society, the way we're struggling to have a paradigm shift from that concentration and focus on scores and academic scores alone, it's a good approach towards assisting that shift. And therefore, maybe I'd pose a question so that it doesn't look like the service learning is totally disjointed from the academic achievement. Can we have tools that will be like a motivation or create a motivation for those that are involved in service learning, therefore transferring that to their academic achievement? That is one. And then now the findings seem to have focused on the college and maybe university students. Can the same be said of the other levels of education which are maybe lower than college and university students? Thank you.
All right. I hope you got the four.
I have a problem with remembering because figures are easy to deal with, but I will try to answer the questions. One, maybe the immediate one, then I'll get to her concerns. We are having CBC in place. I'm sure it's a challenge that is going to be in the higher institutions level to integrate just not learning in a classroom, but even outside the classroom. The biggest hurdle that we are having today is that in the Kenyan education system, there exists no curriculum that integrates service learning activities with the academic activities. And that is the challenge that we need to fight as educationists, to have an integrated service learning activities that conforms to the academic lineup. Of course, we say, if you do a classwork alone, it may not be beneficial. And that's why the CBC was introduced in Kenya. Of course, it has not shaped up well, but I hope when time reaches for the universities to develop CBC compliant curriculums, the service learning activities will be taken into account. One, you were talking about how the service learning will integrate the virtual learning. Service learning activities are not stationed for any student sitting in class or anywhere. A student learns virtually, but is expected to extend this knowledge to the immediate community. Wherever you are taking your virtual learning, you are supposed to integrate that to what happens in the community and engage. If in your neighborhood you know there is somebody who has a good hearing but cannot read, well, the learning is virtual. You simply walk and help that person to read. So it doesn't really take off the innovations in terms of education. The other one. Thank you. I would have.
I think the other one you can see Bonadella for that. Now, back to.
Thank you very much. That was a very informative session where we had we had 5 presentations made, and that brings us to a wrap-up of that particular session. We'll now break for lunch so that we can be able to come back for the session that was supposed to start at 2, which is running an hour. I think it will run an hour, 30 minutes late. So I'll humbly ask if we can have a very quick lunch and be here by 3:30 so that we can see how far we can go with the presentations for the afternoon session. All right? So before we break, let's have a volunteer just to pray for us before we go for lunch. And I wish you all a nice lunch. A volunteer to pray for us. Thank you.
Okay, let's pray. Lord God, we want to thank you for the far that you have brought us. We thank you for the session that has ended. And now, Lord, we thank you for the food that you have prepared for us. Bless it so that as we use it, it shall be useful for our bodies. Also pray for the next session that you shall be there with us to guide us up to the end. And this we pray in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much. Those who are presenting in the afternoon, please make sure your presentations are in the laptop so that we have it very fast. Asanteni sana to the chairpersons and the rapporteurs for the morning sessions. We sincerely appreciate. Thank you again very much to all the presenters who presented for the session that has just concluded. We're coming back at 3:30 to do the last session of this day. Asanteni sana, karibuni sana.
Begin right away by check. But we can also request for prayers from you again. Yeah.
Let's pray. Lord God, we humble ourselves before you this afternoon with thanksgiving in our hearts. You have fed us. Lord, we are grateful, and now we commit this session into your able hands. Be with us from the beginning to the end. Let it give you honor and let it be a blessing to all of us. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for that short prayer. This session, before we start, I'm Dr. Mwanzia. We are going to have at least 6 presentations, yeah? Let me see the first one. So we are going to start with Joseph Odhiambo, who has a topic called machine learning model to identify suitable candidates. Oh,
so it's me.
Yeah?
I'm the one who is presenting first.
Okay, I'm told there is a slight change. So we are going to have Dr. Kennedy Adulo with a topic, a learning analysis dashboard for providing actionable insights to instructors and learners in the Technical University of Mombasa. So, Dr. Kennedy Adulo, you can take over. Yes. Before you start, I think we have a challenge with the time, and maybe I would request those who are going to present at least to take a minimum of 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes we can do. And before we proceed, I have my rapporteurs. We have Dr. Egesa
and we have Dr. Odimo. There is also another chair. I think Madia is supposed to be with us. I think she's still okay. All right. You can now
Thank you, Chairman. Members, welcome. I'm Dr. Ken Hadulo from ICI. And we are together in this paper, we are with Dr. Musau and Mr. Ogwoka. The title is Inclusive Learning Analytics Dashboard, a case of Technical University of Mombasa. Move the slide, please. So we are all aware that universities in Kenya and all over the world are using learning management system, and TUM is one of them. And this is normally a software that, you can upload your content and use it to teach blended or online. And the most popular used platform or system is called Moodle. Please move on. Now, Moodle has several benefits. One is it's open source, it can be customized, and of course it has assessments, it has, you can put quizzes, notes, all right, even forum. So that makes it to be used quite a lot. Continue. Now, the background is that there's a lot of data in Moodle that needs to be exploited, and this data can be used to solve problems in teaching and learning. Now, studies show that this data has not been fully exploited in the form of what we call learning analytics. Move on. Now, so what is learning analytics? You can see the definition there. The measurement, collection, analysis, and reporting of data about learners and context in the view of understanding and optimizing learning. So we can get this data from the learners and use it to improve learning and to improve teaching. Move on. Then we have analytics, Moodle analytics. Now Moodle is the platform which is the de facto platform for e-learning in Kenya and in most developing countries. And Moodle has its own inbuilt analytics. Unfortunately, these analytics are mainly descriptive. Descriptive means that they just show graphs, they show charts, but they really don't show you how much. They show how maybe learners have clicked the courses or how they have performed, but they really don't show you much. And Moodle also has some third-party software known as plugins, which you can add to improve how they perform. Move on. Then we have a learning analytics dashboard, which is the main center of focus in this study. And this is an innovation which is used, to improve learning. It's actually a platform that can track, analyze, and data and give some feedback to the learners and to the instructors on how they are performing. And Moodle has its own inbuilt learning analytics dashboard. Move on. Now, there are three categories of the way learning analytics can be implemented in Moodle. One of them is descriptive, which you have already said, which just displays, statistics on how students are performing in assessment and the like. Move on. The second category is called, move on, is called predictive. This is where we can use machine learning models to do some predictions on how learners are likely to perform, they are likely to meet the objectives, fail, or drop out of class. Move on. The third layer or category is called prescriptive analytics. This is where you can configure the platform to send personal messages to the learner on what they need to do to improve their learning performances. Move on. So then there is also the issue of inclusivity. Now, inclusivity is a broad term, depending on the context that you are using it. All right? Mostly, according to that author, it's about allowing accessibility and availability of this content to all category of users, blind and deaf, old and young, those who are disadvantaged, those who don't have the technology and all that like. So continue. But in the context of this study, what do we mean by inclusivity? We mean that we want to come up with a platform that is inclusive. That takes inclusive in this context, we mean that takes care of the different category of always the high achievers, the low achievers, and the moderate learners. As it were, in our learning management system, that is not taken care of. And you know it, the way you normally just throw PDFs there, regardless of who is receiving it. Whether this is a weak learner or a strong learner, it doesn't matter, they all receive the same package. But in this context, we want to come up with a platform that we can do some personalization. So if you're a weak learner, you get some content that can help you improve. Like that, move on. So what is the problem? Why are we coming up with this study? Now, there are 4 reasons. One is that the existing labs, actually, most of them are descriptive. Most of them are not using machine learning to do prediction. And even if they do prediction, then there is no explanation to the learners on how the prediction was done. You know, the learner needs to know which were the factors that were used. Or rather, what do I need to do to improve? Currently, as it were, that is not happening. And finally, the learning management system used by TUM and other universities is built on PHP. PHP, for those who are in IT, it's a programming language that is not very suitable for AI and machine learning. The best language is Python. So why don't we think for once of coming up with a learning management system that uses Python, and that can now be used to use machine learning and these analytics in a big way. Move on. So these were the research objectives. Identify these features which affect the course. The requirements for developing LAD, we also need to get them. And number 3, we design a LAD, and a LAD, I mean a learning analytics dashboard, that addresses the weaknesses which we have in Moodle, and therefore that it can improve performance. Move on. So which approach? Because to design something, you don't design from your head. You use some approach, some theory, etc. So there is one approach called user-centered design by Jokela et al. 2003. And this approach actually, it uses an iterative way and for developing interfaces. Move on. And it has 4 phases. Start by understanding the context of the use, specify the requirements, design, and then test what you have designed. This is how UCD can be used to come up with a LAD that is befitting TUM. So we've already seen the weaknesses of the existing LADs, and now it's about fixing those weaknesses, and therefore we can use USD to solve that. Move on. So when we use USD, this is the design that we came up with. Let me go through it very quickly. It has a predictive component with those factors, prediction that have meaningful convey to the users, insights on the model, interpretability and explainability, predictions of at-risk students early enough in the course. It also has visualization strategies. It also has model interpretation component. It has how dashboard will be evaluated. It has an explanation component on how prediction was done. And it also has a perspective component which sends to the users the tailor-made information that they need to improve on the issues they have. Move on. So that's my proposed design. Next slide. Thank you very much. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Adulo. I think now we can maybe have a few questions or reactions from the members. So you can.
Thank you, Dr. Adulo, for the good presentation. Maybe something with the LMS. Not like we have one here, but I don't know whether we have observed, right, many people are trying to abandon the use of LMS, and we are moving back to just sending PDFs the way we used to do it initially. So maybe other than the normal resistance of change that we know, could there be another reason why the uptake is low in terms of using that LMS?
Okay, do I answer or I gather them? Chairman, you can guide.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think
can-
you just be keen and just register them.
Thank you, Dr. Adulo, for that presentation. It's a good one. My question is about, because you have talked about that system of learning and how students are going to use it. I'm sure at the end of it all, they are going to be also tested and everything. Learning ends with testing, isn't it? And that is also what we have been doing now. We have the issue now of artificial intelligence and all that, which has come up. So how are you going to integrate that and also ensure that now whatever the student does and the instructor is as per the curriculum and everything?
Okay.
The AI actually is a question now because it is interfering with the whole thing of online learning and testing.
Thank you. Now, let me answer the questions. Let me begin with question 2 and then question 1. Yeah, it is true that AI is a blessing and it is also a curse, all right? Yeah, it is a blessing and it is a curse. Why is it a curse? Because there are platforms, AI platforms, which actually make work so easier so that people don't even think. You just go to like, is it Chat GPT? You type a keyword and you are given feedback. However, now to go back to the question is that there are still many benefits of AI, like it can be used for prediction, we have seen here. So AI will be integrated to help in prediction, okay? I think because of time, maybe we can consult later. Now to his question, resistance. I'm losing my network, but Dr. Ondimu, maybe you can help me answer that question. No, you are not allowed to answer the question.
Because of collegiality. Good afternoon. Dean School of Business has raised this issue about staff who are avoiding the learning management system and still, rather go for the traditional PDFs. The main reason is basically a gap in knowledge. What is it that you can do with the learning management system as opposed to the PDF? If you actually find yourself comparing the two, it means wewe unatakikana kufundishwa vizuri sana. The LMS has capacity that even when you are giving our big blue, you can do it on the LMS and it retains that information and somebody can always access it anytime. You can do evaluation on the LMS, but people get some small challenges here and there in terms of how do I move my material from maybe semester 1 of 2022 to semester 2 of 2024, and that problem becomes for him a big hill. It's just a small ant-hill, just some medication. Maybe what we need to do is actually to try and sensitize people more. That is the way to go. There is no other, by the way, there is no other way we are going to avoid online learning because we are cutting costs and we are able to reach a wider audience. I have students I've never seen. One of them is from Tana River and we transact. So how else are you going to have that reach? Very soon, if it were possible, I've actually been reading something about the European universities. In Britain now, the numbers are going down. The Africans and third world students are not going there because they have alternatives. They can be able to study from home. You cannot wish it away. The same as AI. Do you know that you use AI even when you are driving? Unaona mtu amefika mahala amepiga kona, unajua pale kuna pothole. Na wewe ukifika huku unapiga kona. That is AI. Thank you.
Okay.
Back to the chair. Amina, I saw you raise your hand.
Any other reaction? And as we proceed, I kindly request those who are seated at the back, please. There are seats here. Just come here. Come closer here, please. You can see our students there. Hey, hello, at the back. Come and fill this area here. Do you have another reaction? And if not, I think that was good. We now go to the second presenter. Who is the first? Joseph Odhiambo. I think you are present.
Yeah.
And the topic is machine learning model to identify a suitable candidate for priesthood. This one, I think I will be very keen okay. On this one.
Good afternoon. My topic is very interesting and a lot of emotions attached to it. So my name is Joseph Michael Odhiambo, and I'm presenting this topic, machine learning model to identify a suitable candidate for priesthood. Prior to this study, I had conducted another study that I presented in Nairobi, Hekima University School of Theology. It was titled Beyond Creation, an theologian look at the religious issues of artificial intelligence. The outcome of that paper was it demonstrated the varying reception of AI by religious organizations and also reconciled AI with religious principles. So that was the motivation for this particular paper. So we say that the study addresses the increasing integration of technology into previous untouched areas of human life, including religion. And that the research aims to bridge the gap between tradition and modernity by utilizing technology to identify individuals that aptitude and characteristics required for a life dedicated to religious service. So the study emphasizes the importance of ethical considerations and cultural sensitivity in developing the machine learning model. Again, the study aims to explore the wider implications of its finding on the role of technology in forming and sustaining spiritual groups. Now, why machine learning? Because the use of machine learning in religious institutions can lead to a more efficient and effective selections process for priesthood candidates. And also, incorporating machine learning into religious practices can help bridge the gap between tradition and modernity. And also that machine learning algorithms can produce insightful results for identifying suitable candidates for priesthood. The research main objective is to create a model that can identify individuals suitable for priesthood based on various variables such as moral character, next slide, empathy, communication skills, and theological understanding. Now, to achieve this particular objective, we have these other objectives that will help us achieve that main objective. First is to investigate the methods used in predicting the suitability of an individual for priesthood. Then to assess the feasibility of using machine learning to predict the suitability of an individual for priesthood, and to compare different machine learning techniques to determine which gives the best prediction for determining the suitability of an individual for priesthood. And lastly, to evaluate whether the developed model is better than previous methods used for predicting the suitability of an individual for priesthood. Now, we viewed several literature, but I just want to mention the focus on the literature review. Our focus were on two main things, that is machine learning as a branch of artificial intelligence, and the Catholic Church and its clergy which also extends to other areas that are related to the same. Then we also focused on the machine learning that review 4 widely documented algorithms for supervised learning, that is k-nearest neighborhood, naive Bayes, support vector machines, and classifications and regression trees. Okay, we also looked at role and structure of the Roman Catholic Church, that is to gain the insight of the hierarchical structure where the bishop, priest, and deacons form the topmost, and then to emphasize the role of pope and the requirement for clergy, including celibacy and regular confession. Okay, and that the process of clergy selection, which mapped our motivation for this study, that it describes the rigorous training and selection process for Catholic clergy, which involves mentorship, guidance, and formation in various aspects such as human, intellectual, theological, and spiritual information. The study then proposes using supervised machine learning algorithms to streamline the selection process for suitable candidates for priesthood. And we propose that the outcome of the study will enable the development of software solution to aid Catholic leadership in making informed decision in clergy selection. So not only coming up with a model, but that model should be able to help us develop an application that can be used. We have our model, and that form part of the variables. At the center, you can see the Catholic priest. Then we have those key indicators, that is sacrifice, formation, motivation, and then leading to priestly targets, where we have the obedience, celibacy, poverty as the main indicators or variables. Then for motivation, we have health of the individual. We have the educational level, moral life, altar boy. Okay, we may not know what altar boy may not mean, but it actually means if as a young person you had served in the altar with the priest. Then we have the family life. Then the sacrifice is very important. We have the self-giving. We have the joy in helping. Then we have also the formation, which is what now the candidate is subjected to with the Catholic priest formation, where we have the spirit formation, we have the mind, and then we have the body. So all this, we want to do it in the following manner. First is selecting the participants for the study, and then we do the data collection, where we are going to use 3 tools, that is surveys, interviews, and then historical documents. Of course, as I said, this is an emotive study, and collection of data was that challenge. It took us like 2 months to convince the people involved that they are now ready and willing to participate in that study. So they just responded yesterday, but one, okay, that they are now ready to participate in the study. Okay, we developed a questionnaire, okay, and the questionnaire is designed or structured to cover various aspects, including personal information, religious background, moral character, empathy, and compassion. Also communication skills, and of course theological understanding, motivation, and calling. Okay. Of course compatibility with priesthood, like having been an altar boy and so on. And then also consent, and then confidentiality. And then we'll also look at the ethical considerations, okay, where we inform the participants before hand, so that they are willingly participate and knowingly give their consent. Then for data analysis, the next slide. will use quantitative data from surveys and will analyze it using descriptive statistics to identify patterns and trends. Then qualitative data from interviews will be transcribed and analyzed using thematic analysis to extract common themes and insight. Then the compatibility of participants with priesthood will be assessed based on their responses to the questionnaire and interviews, with particular attention to moral character, empathy, communication skills, theological understanding, motivation, and vision for spiritual leadership. Then the machine learning model development, after having collected the data and having the data set, compromising responses from surveys and interviews will be used to train and test machine learning algorithms. So we'll test various machine learning algorithms and then evaluate each of those machine learning algorithms. The performance of each algorithm will be then evaluated based on metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. Then the validation and interpretation of the results, the developed machine learning model will be then validated using cross-validation techniques to ensure its robustness and generalizability. And then results will be interpreted to determine the feasibility and effectiveness of using machine learning algorithms in identifying qualified individuals for priesthood. So findings will then be discussed in relation to the research objectives and their implications for the selection process of priesthood candidates in religious institutions. Now we working on those variables from the model shown previously, and these variables consist of moral character, empathy, communication skills, and then theological understanding. Now we are going to have candidates who may not have undergone thorough theological understanding, but at least we presume that their understanding of their religious organizations give them at least a little bit of theological understanding. Then on the training of the model, we are guided by the processes, the SEMA and the CRISP DM. SEMA stands for sample, explore, modify, model, and assess. And then CRISP DM stands for cross-industry standard, basically for process in data mining. Those are two processes that are going to guide us in model training, and we have customized it into these 5 processes: data collection, feature selection, data processing, algorithm selection, and then model training and evaluation. We cannot talk so much about our research findings, but just to mention, because it's just a study, at least we have come up with some findings here and there. So the use of machine learning algorithms in priesthood selection raises important ethical considerations regarding individual privacy and cultural sensitivity. So we are going to be keen on that. And then the adoption of technology, specifically machine learning algorithms, in the selection process for priesthood signifies potential shift towards modernity and traditionally conservative institutions like the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, so this development raises questions about how technology can bridge the gap between tradition and modernity in religious practices and beliefs. So in conclusion, we say that the study explores the intersection of technology and spirituality, suggesting that the use of machine learning algorithms in religious contexts can contribute to the ancient customs and practices of spiritual development. Now, in my presentation at Hekima, one of the presenters also concluded and concurred with my research that AI is here with us, and even if we are so much glued to our traditions, we have to accept AI in most of our activities. Thank you.
Give an applaud. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. We now maybe get some questions concerning this topic, machine learning model to identify suitable candidates for priesthood. Questions, please? Yes, Dr. Mugogo.
Thank you, Joseph Othiambo.
Yeah, Joseph Othiambo.
Yes, I just want to find out, is this study ever, has it ever been done anywhere else so that you can compare your results with those ones?
There are people who have tried to do the study, the same kind of study.
The same in the priesthood?
Yeah, in the priesthood, but they have used different methodology,
Yes.
basically statistical.
Okay.
Exactly.
So yours is going to replace some group of people?
Maybe.
So the acceptability of this research, will it be there? It is actually aiming at replacing those guys who sit and decide who should be the priest, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, it's supposed to help their work.
So they'll still be there?
They will still be there.
So what I'm asking is the acceptability of that.
The probability of acceptance.
The acceptability of that research finding. Yeah. That is where my question is supposed to be.
All right.
Okay, mine is about, thank you for the presentation. Why are you just interested in the priest? Why can't you come up with a model maybe which can be used to hire even other people in other cadres? Yeah, it's like yours is specifically just for priests. And we know that if we are going to be hiring using machines, then it should be across board. And then maybe that one of priests maybe could be having slight variations and so on. Yes.
Can I answer? Can I respond to that? That one is a good question, and we thought about that. And as any study, it has to be based at least in a focus. It has to be focused somewhere. So our focus is on priesthood. But when you look at the study, it can fit into so many sectors when it comes to selection of a candidate. Maybe like when you look at when the process when you're looking for CJ, Chief Justice, okay? It can also be applicable there, okay? When you're looking for VC, okay? It can also be applicable there. When we're looking for any other, like these people with the commission for boundaries, okay? It can also be applicable there. Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. My question is, now that you have said that the focus of the study is basically on priesthood, because when you talk about priesthood, I guess it goes hand in hand with the other side of priesthood, that is the nuns and other, in the gender sector. So there are also those who pursue that religious path. What of them?
So you take both of them?
So thanks, Bona Joseph, for the presentation. I'm just curious, in terms of the learning, the supervised learning, I feel most of it's something to think about, or most of the variables they're very subjective. Or I don't know if, because maybe it'll be the questionnaire and then it'll be based on that you learn from it. So I don't know if there are other data sets of maybe examples of people who've been now priests having gone through the same, because I feel that would be a better learning, because if it's predicting for a person to be a priest and it takes lots and lots of years, so who are you targeting to fill that? Is it the people already in priesthood or those who are information, or depending on when it is you'll conduct the study, things about those, I don't know, the formation or the theological, for a person who's way advanced, it'll be, so I don't know how in your study you're trying, or you intend to capture that, because it seems depending on when you'll conduct that study on a particular person, it could maybe bring different results. Just some, and then the other bits about body, mind, and soul. I'm curious exactly how exactly you're going to capture some of those components. And is it only those maybe in the seminaries, or it could be at any other person? Can it be taken to, if I want to be a priest, maybe I can't, but if I want to be a priest, will it be applicable to also me? Thanks.
Can I respond to the two?
Yes,
I think
yes.
that's, there are two valid questions. We are looking at those variables, and then who is our target? We are targeting the individuals who are already priests, okay? Those who are priests but left for one or two reasons, and then those who are in formation, who are already in the formation. Those who are in the formation then left, okay? Maybe after undergoing, they start with the philosophy, then theology, so maybe they just undergone philosophy and then left. And those that were just willing and left when they simply went for novice, that is come and see. And again, those who are just joining. So those are our target. So they are a group of people. So that will depend on now their responses, okay? Depending on the structure. And then again, the interviews that we are going to have one-on-one, okay? That will give us some data, and then we mine it so that we can be able to train it on a machine. Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you, Joseph.
Yeah.
I think no other reactions. So I think we are now going to get the...
No, there's one question I didn't respond to about the gender issue.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, I think I just wanted to focus on the priest, then the other clergy, okay, like brothers, nuns, I think that will come in automatically. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can clap for him. Our next presenter would be Dr. Amina Omar with the topic, a systematic review of computer science solutions for addressing violence against women in educational institutions. Welcome, Dr.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amina Omar. I'm a PhD in IT student here at Technical University of Mombasa. I'm not a doctor anyway. Pray for me. I'm here to present a systematic review. I'm here to present my study, which is titled A Systematic Review of Computer Science Solutions for Addressing Violence Against Women in Educational Institutions. So this is just a systematic literature review. I'm not doing a complete paper. Next. Let me take you through my abstract first. So approximately 1 in 3 women worldwide experience physical, mental, or sexual violence, making violence against women a serious public health emergency. As you can see, 1/3 of women have experienced violence, according to World Health Organization. So one of the main issues in educational institutions is violence against women. With the introduction of smart campuses and smart technologies, educational institutions are doing everything within their power to avert these kinds of incidents. Recent developments in computer science, such as cloud computing, mobile computing, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and pattern recognition have been essential in creating solutions meant to stop and react to violence against women. This study presents a thorough review of some of the initiatives that have been used to address the issue of violence against women. The state of art for these contributions is currently described in this study, along with trends, architectures, technologies, and open problems. It highlights how these technological interventions are utilized for early detection, prevention, and response to incidents of violence against women. The findings suggest a growing reliance on technology to create safer educational environments, but also emphasize the need for continued research, particularly in developing inclusive, ethical, and effective technological solutions. This review aims to inform stakeholders in the education and technology sectors about the current state of computer science applications in the fight against violence against women, providing insights into best practices and areas for future development. Right, so that is our study. We are looking at computer science solutions, that is artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, that can be used by educational institutions to curb violence against women, to identify, detect, as well as prevent that violence. To my introduction, let's define what is violence against women first. So according to the Violence Prevention Alliance of World Health Organization, defines violence as, it is defined as the intentional use of physical force or power, whether threatened or actual, against oneself, another individual, or a group or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, physical harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. So whenever you use any force, try to threaten, not necessarily actually doing the violence. When you threaten somebody, that means that is actually violence. Or if you use force, that is also violence, because you are causing some psychological trauma to that particular person, deprivation of sleep. So it doesn't mean you have to kick somebody or you have maybe to beat somebody. Even threatening a person is a form of violence. Now, approximately, let's look at now what World Health Organization says is approximately 30% of women globally have encountered intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence at some point in their lives. That's according to World Health Organization 2021 and not according to me. So you can see here 1 out of 3 women have experienced violence in their lifetime. Now, according to United Nations 2021, it states that violence against women is a worldwide problem that has an impact on both the public and private sectors, as well as higher educational institutions. Now, according to UNESCO 2021, girls are disproportionately the targets of sexual and physical violence in educational institutions. That is according to UNESCO. So violence can negatively affect women's physical, mental, sexual, and reproductive health, and may increase the risk of acquiring HIV in some settings. That's according to World Health Organization 2021. So violence against women is a major public health problem and a violation of women's human rights. That's according to World Health Organization 2021. Again, this is part of SDG 5, which talks about gender equality. Now let's look at statistics. I managed to gather a few statistics here. Numerous studies highlight a concerning increase in violence against women in college and university settings. Very alarming rates here. According to Mwangi 2027, research reveals that university students in Kenya observed a clear exchange of sex for essential needs such as food, transportation, hygiene supplies, and academic grades, especially on the part of academic grades. 2, students at the University of Namibia organized a peaceful protest against violence and presented the Vice Chancellor with an 18-point petition that called for action against individuals who abuse their authority by exchanging grades for sex. Again, according to Mwangi 2017. Unfortunately, I have not taken the recent ones, but I'm still working on that. Then Chukwuema et al. 2015 found that 32.4% of 295 female students at Ebonyi State University in Nigeria reported being sexually assaulted. 32% of 300 female students. Similarly, the University of Kano in northern Nigeria, 22.8% of 300 female students reported experiencing emotional, sexual, or physical abuse. A survey conducted at the University of Port Harcourt, this is South Africa, revealed that 46.7 of 400 female undergraduates have been victims of sexual abuse, with 33.7 experiencing fondling or having their private parts grabbed, according to Awaje 2010. In India, it's even more alarming. I have so many case studies from India. In Goa, we have Mathur et al. 2009 reported that 33% of the students, both male and female, have experienced sexual abuse. Additionally, we have other studies indicate that 67% of girls in Botswana and Uganda have reported being harassed and mocked by their instructors. That's according to DeWitt 2010. Given these alarming details and pervasive nature of violence against women, it is imperative to explore and implement effective strategies, particularly leveraging technology, to prevent and address this issue in all sectors, including educational institutions. So managing violence against women is crucial for achieving gender equality. Scope of our study. We are going to look at only these 4 key domains. We are going to look at how technology can be applied in online platforms to detect violence. A lot of it is going on social media platforms. We've heard of cases where some ladies commit suicide just because somebody told you that maybe you're ugly or somebody tries to abuse you. So such kind of things is what we are talking about. We are talking about how technology can help in online detection of violence against women. A lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms have been used to prevent online violence against women. The technologies aim to detect potentially abusive content and provide real-time monitoring for victims. I think most of us are in TikTok, social media platforms, especially TikTok is very strict. You cannot send any abusive content or text to any person. It is automatically blocked. Must have noted that in TikTok. Very, very strict on that. But the only thing is it only detects English words. So naweza kukutukana Kiswahili if I want to. Okay? So machine learning algorithms are widely used in social media platforms and other online platforms to detect such kind of abusive language and words. In online system, no one is going to physically abuse you by beating you up. The only thing is they use bad languages. They maybe send some bad videos, text, and images. So a lot of machine learning algorithm is used here. Now, the next thing is the offline detection now. What needs to be done in schools and colleges and universities to prevent violence against women? This is offline detection. We are going to look at some few case studies that have been implemented in other parts of the country to enable the management, administration of schools and colleges to be able to detect violence that is going on within the campuses. Okay? So again, here there's a lot of machine learning, AI, data mining that have been used to be able to identify the patterns of violence against women in offline environments. Then we are going to look at safety and security. How do you ensure security of, let's say, girls and women within the campuses? There are some wearable devices you can put on, like a bracelet, a smart bracelet, that whenever you are attacked, you can just press a button, then it can send some distress messages maybe to your parents or maybe to your lecturers or some other person. Then education and training, we are going to look at how digital games simulation can be used in schools to treat people on how to avoid violence against women, as well as maybe healthcare professionals. Like for example, to show them when you see these particular maybe trends in a patient, when a patient comes to you maybe as a psychologist, the moment they start explaining things this way, automatically should come to that this person is being violated somewhere and should be able to. I think there's a lot of things going on even in social media. There's this Facebook account called Usikimwe, don't keep quiet whenever you're experiencing any. It has helped many women. I've been going through that, like if you're experiencing violence at home or maybe violence at school, you can directly talk to them and automatically they start sending people who are near you with police. It has saved women. There was a woman whose husband was about to burn her in the house. And automatically she texted these people and police were there immediately and she was saved. So we have to look at such kind of initiatives to help women. Because I know our cultures believe women are weaker sex. Yes, it is very, very true. Not ours, but everywhere, especially in Africa. So we need to look at how technology can be used to actually reduce such form of violence, but my specific focus is on educational institutions, colleges, universities, and schools. Methodology that we use, since it's a systematic literature view, we have a research question. So this will be talking about our research question and objective. And then the methodology for literature review is including the search strategy that we used, selection criteria, how did we choose our papers, and data extraction, how did we extract data, and our synthesis plan. So we have only one research question and one research objective to identify and analyze computer science solutions that have been developed and implemented to address violence against women in educational institutions, focusing on those 4 domains. That is online detection, offline detection, safety and security, and education and training. Research question again is what solutions have been developed and implemented to address violence against women in educational institutions, okay? Our search strategy was basically getting some papers from a few information sources. You can see there, most of these are reputable journals like SCM, IEEE, Science Direct, and Springer. That is what we have done so far, and we are still gathering some more information. The search items that we use mostly are the keywords, combining like computer science and women's abuse, Internet of Things, violence against women. Selection criteria, only published papers that were peer-reviewed were selected. Papers written in English between 2010 and 2023 were included, so we managed to get 63 studies from these papers. Let's look at now artificial intelligence in online detection. In online detection, no one will come and beat you up, but they can cause a lot of psychological traumas to you. We've seen women committing suicide just because somebody abused you online. You don't even know that person. You see, people have different thresholds. Some people are mentally strong, some people are mentally weak. So when you start abusing women online, it can cause them a lot of psychological traumas, deprivation of sleep, other health issues. So most of these online platforms have some algorithms that filter the words. We call that text mining, particularly like TikTok. TikTok is very, very strict. You can never abuse somebody on TikTok. That particular text will never go through. It will be blocked immediately, and automatically you'll get a notification that you're warned your account is going to be blocked. But Facebook and Instagram are still to work on that. So how has AI been utilized for online detection, particularly identifying and preventing instances of violence against women? One, abusive content detection. It does it so well. Automatically, it looks at the words, the abusive words, and filter them off, block them, and send you a system notification that you're going to be blocked from using this particular account. So machine learning algorithms have been used to automatically classify and analyze patterns and behaviors in abusive content online, enabling quick detection of harmful information for timely intervention. Then we have cyberbullying identification. Again, we have natural language processing algorithms. The NLP can actually process languages. You know Google, Kiswahili, Google for Kiswahili. Yeah, so they use such kind of dictionaries to be able to extract those abusive words and be able to block them in social media platforms. So they scan the text and then be able to block them. Then misogyny detection, this is about hate speech. Some men just like to use hate speech against women, just like that. You don't even know me, I don't even know you. I just come online and comment and you start abusing. So here again we have machine learning algorithm that can be used to recognize and categorize misogynistic content and sexist tweets across multiple languages. We are also having deep learning algorithms. Deep learning algorithms are meant for image detection. Somebody sends me a very bad image, I don't even know you. So deep learning algorithms are able to read from the images and be able to classify that this is abusive. This is inciting, this is, and be able to block such kind of content online. So a lot of this has been done in online platforms. What about offline detection? Somebody might ask now, what about offline? This is where a lot of fights going on in the school environment, in the campuses. So what needs to be done to curb violence against women. So again here we have one researcher, one study by Gupta et al. 2018. He presented two methods to differentiate between verbal and physical bullying in schools. Somebody just insulting you, that is violence. Somebody just threatening you, that is violence. Si lazima mtu akupige, mangumi, no. Inaanza na threats. I threaten you today, I'm going to beat you and kill you. That is going to become actual in the future. So according to him, the first method involved capturing students' emotional expressions, specifically shouting and sobbing, as an indication of maltreatment. They used this algorithm called male frequency cepstral coefficient, MFCC, to extract sound features from recordings and applied a KNN algorithm, that is a machine learning algorithm called nearest neighbors, to identify verbal bullying instances. The model achieved a high accuracy of 70.4% in identifying verbal aggregate. That means you can put some sound recorders at different points within the campus that will be capturing some voices and sounds that are coming up from the students. So the algorithm will be able to detect that this sound comes from somebody yelling and shouting and seek help. This particular voice is somebody laughing. This particular voice is just a normal way of people talking or insulting in a friendly way. So the algorithm will be able to filter all those sounds and voices and be able to inform the management that please go to this particular point, maybe especially in the washrooms, and be able to see what kind of violence maybe is going on. The second method, according to this study, is about physical bullying. Here they are using movement sensors to collect acceleration, direction, intensity movement during simulation of violent and peaceful activities. That means they simulated a peaceful activity of a gathering, then they simulated another activity of violence, and now the machine algorithm is trained based on that, and then later on, once we get the movements are captured through some devices, we'll be able to know this is a peaceful gathering of students. Here there's violence going on within the campus. We can use cameras in washrooms, although again that is a violation of privacy. There's a study I was reading where they put cameras in the ladies' washrooms to detect movement of male students or other male staff. I think men and women, we work differently. So the moment they see a walking style that is not female, they automatically raise an alarm. That was a very good study I was reading, where they used deep learning algorithm to detect the movement of male students that try to maybe invade female in their washrooms. So again, this study was developed by Chatterjee, 2019. He developed a technique called a YV technique that uses a commercial Wi-Fi infrastructure to be able to detect changes in Wi-Fi streams that could detect bullying activity. So again, they were using LSSVM, and it was tested in a real-world environment like offices. It was validated, and you can see the recall rate was 93.4%. So it's a well-tested algorithm. So here they use a Wi-Fi, and where maybe the streams are concentrated, there's a lot of data coming from a certain area. That means there's a gathering of students. What are they doing there? Maybe are they bullying another fellow student? So again, according to Chaudhry 2010, he developed a deep learning architecture to address physical acts of intimate violence by automatically recognizing facial injuries caused by violence. That means when you put different faces, they can know, this one has been violated, no, this one has been anguka, uyu, like that. So these are called deep learning algorithms. They use class activation maps to highlight areas of the face that are indicative of injuries. Again, achieved 80% in terms of accuracy. Now, other solutions we have wearable. You can actually come up with a wearable device, like for example, a smart bracelet for women, that whenever you are abused or you are attacked, you just press a button and it automatically notify at least 6 contacts from your phone. Or you can use a smartphone with an app. All right, so we have smartphone applications, and most of these ones are using GPS, okay, to track your location. When you're raising an alarm, people need to know where you are. They track your location, like several smartphone apps have been developed to track users' location and provide real-time alerts and messages in case of distress. For example, we have a We Do Care app that was developed by Silver 2019. This one is either you press a button or you say help. The moment you say help, automatically the algorithm will fetch that help. interpret and know that you need some help. So automatically it will notify various stakeholders, maybe your parents, your friends, and other people. Then we have wearable gadgets. Again, these are like smart bracelets that you can actually wear and send an alarm whenever you have some distressed environment or signals. Some can even detect your temperature. If your temperature goes like about 40 degrees and you have not informed your parents that you're sick, maybe you're attacked somewhere. So they can even use that as a means of notifying your parents. Others have self-defense features like shock absorbers that immediately you are violated when they press something, a form of shock is generated to pull away that invader and you'll have a chance to run away. Digital serious games in education, like we can have simulation and games in schools that can educate children about the harmful impacts of bullying and encourage them to reflect on scenarios of bullying behavior. Nurturing positive relationships, medical professional training can also be trained online, and how to treat patients in case of violence. Now let's look at the challenges of these applications, mostly the ethical one, especially privacy concerns. I wouldn't like people to monitor me 24/7 because I'm wearing a smart device. No. These use GPS tracking. People will be able to know where you are all the time. So we need to look at privacy concerns about these particular applications. Other is like developers, automated emergency mechanisms. Developers should develop something that raise an alarm automatically. I don't need to press. Sometimes you're in a shock, you can't press anything. Sometimes you can't yell. Sometimes you can't shout. So automatically, if there's some form of force, somebody pushing you, somebody holding you by force, then those gadgets should be able to raise an alarm. Then we have social group education, educate men about the beliefs and mindset that lead violence against women. Will further contribute. So here we need to educate our men. Those beliefs that women are a weaker sex, women have to be beaten. For them to behave, such kind of things is what we need to train our men on. And then digital divide. Digital divide is a big challenge in our African countries because we cannot afford such kind of smart bracelets and other things. We lack the infrastructure, the digital skills, and hence we have digital divide, and hence we also need to have inclusivity. Most of these devices only understand English. Most of these devices did not include our culture because our people were not consulted on how to develop these applications. So we need to have inclusivity and effective solutions across diverse populations. Future research and recommendations, platform diversification. We want to have these algorithms on every online platform. As I'm saying, I've seen a lot of it on TikTok, but social media platforms like Facebook, tukana vile unataka. Somebody can only decide to block you. That's the end of it. But TikTok is very strict. I've seen that, and I really like using TikTok because I know I'm very safe there. So they need to extend this to other platforms. Inclusive language approach, as I said, most of these apps use English. So there's a need for them to be more inclusive and accommodate the diverse languages in the world as well as the cultures. Privacy protection, again, the designer should balance safety features with privacy protection, ensuring that these technologies do not abuse the privacy of people. Again, they should be user-friendly and accessible and maximize the effectiveness and adoption. Towards my conclusion, through the application of computer science, you may develop novel, long-lasting, and efficient solutions that support international efforts. It's going on. I was so surprised. There are so many studies on this, and many devices have been developed specifically in India. I think Dr. Tole can agree with me that in India, women are really facing a lot of violence. A lot of violence. They do not respect women at all. So most of the studies have been conducted in India, a few in Africa, very few in Africa. So we need to support international. I think in Africa we decide to nyamazia, nyamazia, please, nyamazia, nyamazia. I think that's what is going on. So to end violence against women and girls, ultimately leading to a more secure and just society for women and children, engaging in interdisciplinary collaboration, because it is interdisciplinary. We need psychologists here, we need health experts here, we need computer scientists here. So making technological interventions user-friendly and considering ethical and privacy issues are crucial in developing impactful and inclusive solutions. Thank you very much.
Let us clap for her. We now take this chance and welcome maybe questions, reaction for our presentation, please. Any questions? Yes, Dr. Tole.
Good afternoon, or is it good evening, everyone? Yeah, thank you, Madam Amina. It's such an enlightening presentation. I have a question, but not from your scope. Mine is, the question is, if you look at Twitter or LinkedIn, you may not find abusive people compared to Facebook or TikTok and so on. So I'm wondering what might be the scalability or the differences between this social media, where you may find in Facebook we have people who are more abusive, they use foul language and so on. Yeah.
Okay, Lakeland, I think is for professionals. I don't think somebody will go there and start abusing other professionals. Twitter, yes, there is. I have seen some people abusing others on Twitter. Yes, they do that. Social media platforms are not only meant for the youngsters. There are people doing business online, people having some Facebook business accounts, and still you go there and start insulting people. So this is what we are trying to do. Apart from that, we also talked about offline detection in schools, colleges, and universities, having some maybe some points where we can put some devices to detect voices and sounds, maybe taking pictures in washrooms, as I was saying, wearing devices, smart applications. We really need to fight this. As you can see from statistics, 1 out of 3 women have experienced violence. Out of 3 women have experienced violence. I was saying, like, there are people who have taken, like in Facebook, there's this organization called Usikimwe, a very good one, have saved lives of women, many women. Yeah.
Okay, if there is no another question, thank you, Amina. I think now, because of time, we need to be strict on time. Those who are going to present, I just want to get some maybe clarification of those who are present. Do we have Moses Karema Mulewa? Yes, I think you are next. The other one would be William. Are you in the house? William Wambua? Oh, yes. Dominic? Yes, I can see you. Evans Ojambo? Oditi? Yuko? So that one is not there. Then Musiemi Samuel Mudama? Not in the house. Doris Mudoni? Doris also not present. Salisa Unisa? Not present. And then finally, Muhammad Al-Haji Ibrahim? Not present. So I think we have, we have like 4. So welcome Moses Karema for your topic is meta-heuristic approaches for solving school bus routing problems, a comprehensive review. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My name is Mlewa Karema. I'm presenting meta-heuristic approaches for solving school bus routing problems. I start with school bus routing problems.
Moses, just mind about time, 10 minutes presentation. please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep time. So school bus routing, these are we normally have schools having shared means of transport for their for children to school or for students for school, and so this problem is managing how students can be picked or dropped to their to the bus stops or their picking point. And basically now how to manage that problem, we are using a meta-heuristic approach to address this problem. And what you're doing in this paper, this is a comprehensive review. Next slide. So what is addressing this? We are addressing school bus problem is an NP-hard combinatorial optimization challenge with the objective of minimizing travel distance adhering to time constraint. If you have a number of routes to take to pick the students, you will have several routes to do that. And each route may be possible be correct, but then which is the shortest route and which, in which route are you able to, which route is it going to save time and also save the distance, and also bearing time constraint. In this paper, we are reviewing 62 publications, a recent publication with a dominant use of meta-heuristic, and we're also doing an overview meta-heuristic algorithm employed to solve this problem. And then we're also identifying gaps in the literature. So the background of this, contest, the school bus routing problem involves fleet of bus tasked with picking, up and dropping of students in optimal sequence with a minimum objective of minimizing the distance travel. Previous approaches of this have been done using heuristic algorithms, exact techniques and heuristic algorithm, but in this we are addressing meta-heuristic algorithm. According to Hu and Merinda, they use a meta-heuristic algorithm like genetic algorithm, simulated handling, tab search, and anti-colon optimization to explore the space and effectively manage the school bus routing complexities. This review focuses on researching using meta-heuristic algorithm. The research question is evaluating the effectiveness of meta-heuristic approaches and also identifying the gaps in understanding the impact of this problem. The methodology in this, we use the Google Scholar, IEEE Explorer, and Science Direct, and we use the keywords school bus routing problem, and meta-heuristic algorithms. We concentrated on the peer review works released on past 10 years. The literature review in this, basically we focus on to attend the complexity of the school bus routing and also the solution approach using meta-heuristic algorithm. Next slide. On the school bus routing problem, according to Bayat 2014, Marcus and UMax 2016, they categorize the school bus routing as an NP-hard problem. And what is NP-hard? It stands for non-deterministic polynomial time hard, which describe the level of difficulty associated with the school bus routing when increasing the number of students, the bus stops, and the limits results in exploring the growth in the number of the alternative routes and configuration. As we have said earlier, in handling this problem, you want to pick several students, and there are so many routes on the same, but which all these routes might be, all of them are possible, but then which one will be the best one to take, and having a constraint like not revisiting the bus stop at any given time. So we did a classification on this. We did a classification of the problem, their objective. The objectives will be minimizing the cost, minimizing the total distance, and minimizing the number of buses that you need to use. Also the fleet size, either having a homogeneous or a heterogeneous, the mixed load, having a single or mixed, and also the service catchment, either you are picking these students from an urban area setup or a rural setup, and also the number of schools, either you are handling single school or having several schools. The constraint will be the capacity, the bus capacity, the time window, the number of buses, and the maximum walking distance to a school bus stop. Next slide. In the literature review, the school bus has a sub problems. The sum of these are the bus stop selection, the route generation, and the school bus adjustment, and the bus routing scheduling. In the selection of bus stops, when you have several bus stops, which bus stops are ideal for selection, which are the routes, how do you generate your routes, and also how do you schedule these routes. Next slide. Next slide. On the solution approach, several approaches have been used to address this problem. As you've seen earlier, the exact algorithm, heuristic algorithm. But in this case, we are concentrating on the meta-heuristic classification. And we are concentrating on the meta-heuristic, where we are going to have several algorithms that have been mentioned. A meta-heuristic classification comprising of taxonomy covering metaphors, the genetic algorithm, simulated annealing, anti-colon optimization. So generally, the meta-heuristic overview has a flow. The next slide. And this is the flow where you have the initial population, the parameters that are set, and then run these parameters in objective evaluation, then define the stop area, and then also return a global solution when you are looking for the solution on the best possible route. Next slide. So these are some of the research that have been done on meta-heuristic with several algorithms. Zeng and Antel 2023, they did a hybrid where they used a beta algorithm and particle sum optimization. And several algorithms have been used. Anti-colon optimization, genetic algorithm, and simulated annealing. So we analyze these algorithms and we find out what have been used, the frequency of these algorithms that have been used in the last 10 years, where we saw out of it that SEO, anti-colon algorithm, have been used most, then followed by genetic algorithm, and then followed by CA, simulated annealing, then tab search, and then PSEO, particle sum optimization. The conclusion, from this conclusion, we derive that anti-colon is commonly used to solve the school bus routing, followed by genetic algorithm, then simulated annealing, and tab search, and then particle sum optimization. Recent research on school bus routing problem has focused on investigation complex real-world environment, particularly in simulated bus route for multiple school and addressing various sub-problems related to school bus routing. So the gap here, despite having several algorithms that have been used, in this research we find out, despite device use of meta-heuristic hybridizations, studies have not shown the use of more than 2 meta-heuristic algorithms in solving school bus routing, suggesting the need for future research to amalgamate multiple meta-heuristic algorithms for enhancing solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you so much for keeping time. I think members, we can react to his presentation. Anybody who wants to either ask? Wow. Not that, no reaction.
Dr. Tole could have, he's my supervisor, maybe he might have to add something.
Who?
Dr. Tole can add up something.
Swale, want to say something? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mlewa. That was really comprehensive of you to explain about the algorithms that were used, and also you brought out the years on how, for the last 10 years, right? On the literature review that have been done. So I think you are the first researcher actually to work on a problem like that here in Kenya. I don't know about South Africa, or maybe the Eastern Africa, but I think you're the only one in Kenya who is actually solving that problem. So continue with a good job.
Thank you, sir.
So, Moses, thank you so much. Next, we will have Dominic Shukrani Kenga. Dominic has a topic, effect of investment diversification in equities on the financial performance of retirement benefit schemes in Kenya. Dominic, welcome.
Thank you, Daktari. Right. So my topic is, as it's been said, it's there. So I will define some few terminology before we proceed. So investment, simple terms, refers to the renunciation of current spending. Just go back to the topic. Renunciation of current spending in favor of future. So you want to to let go of spending today so that in future you may have, you may be able to spend. And after all, when you invest, there will be a kind of a return. And then diversification is that strategy in whereby we are trying to invest, but not in one financial security. There are several financial security that somebody can invest in. You can invest in equities, you can invest in bonds, you can invest in government security, and what have you. So we are saying, don't just focus on one financial security, focus in several. And the main objective here is to mitigate the inherent risk. And then we are focusing on equities, whereby we will be looking at shares of various categories, ordinary shares, preference shares, and redeemable, and what have you. Then, of course, the focus is the financial performance in the Retirement Benefits Authority. That will be our main focus, where the data will be collected. Again, I've been working on this thesis together with Dr. Banafa and Abdallah. I'll proceed to the statement of problem. And we're saying what spurred this study is the suboptimal performance of this scheme. They've been performing below par. As you can see, there's a percentage of 13%, which was recorded in 2022 in the contribution in the GDP. And this poor performance, when we were studying, we found that it was as a result of over-concentration of this, their investment by this retirement benefit scheme into one single basket of what we call government security. So there is no kind of diversification. They have so much concentrated. And we're saying there are some researchers which we were able to get while we were moving forward. And these researchers proposed that when you diversify, then it has the capability of changing poor performances into positive performances. And the empirical review section showed that most studies on this concept of investment diversification were done outside the country, in different industries, embraced different methodology, as well as embraced, conceptualized their variables in a different way. Therefore, we wanted to constrict this research gap, as well as address the problem through researching on this effect of investment diversification on equities on the financial performance of retirement benefit scheme. So we had two objectives. The first one is the direct one, whereby we were looking at, we wanted to determine the effect of investment diversification in equities or the financial performance of retirement benefit scheme. But we also are aware of the volatility of the foreign exchange rate over the period of study, which was 2013 to 2022. So we incorporated the foreign exchange rate to see whether it has a moderating effect on the relationship between the predictor and the predicted variable. Again, the hypotheses are in line with the specific objective. There are also two. We are saying they are all stated in the null form. Then we proceed to the theoretical framework. We are saying this study was anchored on the investment portfolio concentration strategy, which considers diversifying to a certain extent in those assets which an investor has adequate investment information as opposed to over-diversification. You're saying, yes, diversify, but do not overdo it. Diversify to a certain extent with reference to those financial security which you have got adequate information about. And then we also, another theory which supported this study is the transaction cost theory, which proposes lowering transaction costs via diversification. And then proceeding to the conceptual framework, you can be able to see the conceptual framework there. We have the independent variable, of course, investment diversification in equities, and then we have some constructs in that, ordinary shares, preference shares, redeemable, and income stock. And then the dependent variable, and of course, the moderating variable comes in to check the, if there is, to check on the relationship between the independent and the dependent variable. Then proceeding to the research methodology, this study embraced the descriptive research design. We wanted to look on these variables in their natural setting without manipulating them. And of course, the target population was all the retirement benefit schemes, which are 87. And we employed the Manetaro formula to come up with the sample size. And we, of course, these retirement benefit scheme are categorized into 3. So there were 3 stratas. Therefore, we followed the stratified random sampling technique in coming up with 72 units of analysis. And then we used the regression model enshrined in SPSS to conduct our study. And this is how the model was formed. That is the direct relationship, the relationship between the dependent variable and the independent variable. And then we brought in on board the moderating variable, and that comes in the next equation. That is the moderator Z, which is the foreign exchange rate volatility. And then after the interaction, we were able to come up with the moderated model, whereby now we are having the interaction between the independent variable, which is investment diversification in equities, and the foreign exchange rate. And then there we'll run it to see whether there is a change on the relationship vis-a-vis the direct model and the moderated model. And then we'll go straight to the results. The reliability test was run through the Krober Alpha, and of course a threshold of above 0.7 is considered acceptable. So we can see all here are above 0.7, so the tools which were used to conduct this study were considered reliable. And then validity, we use the Kayser-Mayo-Oaklin test and the Bartlett test of sphericity, whereby we are saying when the Kayser-Mayo-Oaklin test is above 0.5 and the Bartlett test of sphericity is below 0.05, we are saying that the instruments used are valid. And then we went ahead to look at the test for normality, whereby we used the P2P plot in such a way when the data points follow a linear pattern, we are saying there is normality is observed in this. And of course, it supports the linear regression model. And then we also tested for linearity because, again, we wanted to conduct a linear regression model, and we used the scatter plots. You're saying when the data points are spread in the scatter plots in form of and when you try to conduct the dots, they give you an egg-shaped or an oval-shaped distribution. You're saying there is linearity in the data. And then the descriptive statistics here is displayed. We have the minimum, the maximum, the mean, and the standard deviation. And looking at the standard deviation values, which are below the mean values, all of them there, showed that this data was well distributed around the central tendencies. And then we also did the Pearson correlation to determine the fault of the correlation between the variables and the study, and we found there is some strong correlation, and of course all of them are positive. And then we went to the model summary so as to determine the goodness of fit of the model, and we used the R square. So here we found an R square of above 41%, which means this model is a good fit. And then we also looked at the ANOVA so as to test the fitness and significance of the model. At the p-value there in the ANOVA of which was less than 0.05, denoted that the model is statistically fit and significant. Then, of course, we went forward to run the linear regression for the direct relationship model. So here we have the standardized beta coefficients which were used to fit the model, and then we have the p-value, which were used to test the hypothesis. Look, and here is how the model was fit for the direct relationship, that is the relationship between the independent and the dependent variable in equation 4.1. And then we went ahead to look at the linear, the regression statistics for the moderated model. Again, the beta coefficient for the moderated model, where we had the interaction between the independent variable and the moderator foreign exchange rate, were also used to fix the model, and the p-value were used to test the hypothesis. And that is how the model for the moderated equation was fitted there. And then we went ahead to do the hypothesis testing. So we tested the hypothesis based on the p-value results which we obtained in the prior tables. So the first hypothesis, that is investment diversification inequities, has no significant effect on the financial performance of retirement benefits scheme. Because the p-value was less than 0.05, we rejected it. And again, the second one, foreign exchange rate has no significant moderating effect on the relationship between investment diversification inequities and the financial performance of retirement benefit scheme. Again, the p-value was less than 0.05, therefore it was rejected. Then in conclusion, we are saying investment diversification inequities has a significant positive effect on the financial performance of retirement benefit schemes in Kenya. And again, also foreign exchange rate has a significant positive moderating effect on the relationship between investment diversification inequities and the financial performance of retirement benefits schemes in Kenya. So we did some recommendation to the retirement benefit scheme that they should consider diversifying their assets in equity class, because it has a significant effect on their performance, not just in the other government securities which we have seen when we were stating our problem, but they should also venture much into these equities. And we're saying the retirement benefit scheme and other policy formulating and regulatory bodies such as the Central Bank of Kenya, of course, because we use the foreign exchange rate, the Nairobi Security Exchange, that is where a lot of trading of financial security takes place, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the Capital Market Authority. Investment do happen there. Should we devise policies which closely monitor and mitigate the volatility of the foreign exchange rate, because it affects the performance. The foreign exchange rate, if you just pick one, the USD KES foreign exchange rate really vacillated over the period of study. It was around 109 when we started in 2013, the period of observation. And then by the time we were conducting this around May there, it had gone to around 130. Then it went to almost to 160, 170. Now it's coming back. But there was a lot of volatility in that variable, that is the foreign exchange rate. Therefore, thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you. We can clap for him. Yeah. Thank you, Bwana Kenga, for your presentation. We now listen to reactions from members. Yes, please.
Thank you, Bwana Kenga, for the presentation. I'm just slightly curious. Maybe I may have missed the point. On your methodology, I'm guessing you're working on secondary data, so to speak, is it?
There was secondary and primary data. I used both. This is part of my PhD thesis. So in the PhD thesis, I used both primary data and secondary data. This diagnostic test which I've shown here is just limited because I've just extracted one variable. But in the entire thesis, I went ahead and did panel unit root test of DK Fuller, the augmented DK Fuller unit root test. I also went ahead and did the Gregor causality test to determine stationarity and non-stationarity, and determine also the causality, the ability of one variable to predict another. So there is a lot of analysis which I did. This is just one variable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Because I was just curious exactly between that time and then maybe this particular...
I did. I appreciate it. It has got some time series data, so I went ahead for the DK Fuller test, augmented DK Fuller. So I did all that. They are in my thesis.
Thanks. Oh, thanks. Good job.
Okay, another reaction, please. And if not, thank you so much, Bwana Kenga. I think we have one more presenter. And this is Ali William Wambua. Oh, Okay. I think we have come now to the end of this session because I can't see another presenter. I think it's been a good session where I think we've been able to learn from our presenters, and therefore I would ask our spiritual leader to do the the expected. So welcome and bless us. All right. Before we are given...
Before the spiritual leader does the needful, there was an announcement. Tomorrow there'll be some cocktail dinner. So, yeah, I was just told to at least give that announcement to the people who are here. You'd come in tomorrow, but I think after all the presentations, I guess it should be at the Mombasa beach. Yes, so from 7 p.m. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that is a good one. So welcome. I think now you can close for us.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's pray together. Lord God, we still come back to you to thank you once more, Lord God, for the afternoon session. Want to thank you for the presenters, for the chairpersons and all those who have presided over this session. Lord, we thank you also for the whole day that you have been with us. As we disperse, we pray for your blessings to be with us, take care of us as we go back home. And we pray ahead that tomorrow, Lord God, as we come back, you shall be with us and your name shall be glorified. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
So I think we can leave.